not speak. Boom. Get one for the cameras. If you see a camera come next to you, take a big smile, and you'll end up on a website. All right. Still getting our microphone sorted for Stuart. Man who's never in lack of words. All right, judges are in place. The chairs are being filled. I can repeat myself all day long. Talking about that coffee, talking about the technical crew, talking about the big screen behind me. How are we all feeling on that side? Can I give a big wave hand if you're actually listening to me? Oh, you are listening to me. I love it. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, the music stops, so now the pressure's really on. Oh, now I know how these startups feel. All the eyes on me. Quiet room. I got my pitch deck down there. The clock is ticking.
Morning.
There he is. There's my good friend Stuart. How are you feeling this morning, Stuart?
I'm feeling amazing. How are you feeling, Nick? That's a loaded question.
Actually, yeah, I hadn't thought about it yet.
Was it a late night last night, Nick?
It was, that innovation night was fantastic, a great view of the harbor, a lot of chatting going on. You know what the really funny thing is that I wear my MC hat here, but when I get to those innovation nights and when I get off stage, I wear my work in my own business hat, and I'm trying to take numbers and take contacts just as much as you guys.
And did you get some? Did you get good numbers?
I did.
Yes, I was about to say, whose numbers did you get, Nick?
They don't count.
No, they don't count.
So no, I will
not many numbers.
I didn't.
It is yesterday. If you joined us yesterday, we gave you an amazing summer's day, and to our friends joining us from abroad, we like to give you the full spectrum of what South Africa has to offer. So this is what Cape Town is like in winter. We just want to give you both perspectives, which is also possibly why the room is a little bit empty today, because it's taking you about an hour long on the road. That's the one downside, is that Cape Townians forget how to drive once the roads are a little bit wet. So I'm sure we'll get a lot more people as the day progresses. If you are, is there anyone who wasn't here yesterday by show of hands? Anyone who wasn't here? A couple of people not here yesterday. There's a Wi-Fi, we are in a Wi-Fi zone, so if you jump onto AfricArena, the password is AA Summit 2021. That'll get you onto the Wi-Fi. And the first thing we want you to do when you've got the Wi-Fi, well, firstly take your phone out, put on silent. But once you're hooked up to the Wi-Fi, what do we need to do, Nick? We need to download the app.
All right,
That's
an
it.
app, AfricArena Wired, on Google Play and the App Store. And what's great about that is you can go get a coffee, you can go freshen up, and then you'll get a nice little notification, beam, roundtable discussion happening right now, and then you can mosey back in. Notifications are on, and you can be informed. A lot of great content, everything that's going on.
So all available on the app. The app is your one-stop shop to know exactly how the day progresses. Judges, welcome to you guys. We're very excited that you are here. I see you oozing excitement over here.
The judges, it's funny, I think the judges are smiling more. I think you guys are smiling for everybody else who's also present. You guys, the smiles, the laughters, the energy is coming from the judges' table. I'm almost envious of the startups who are pitching today. I feel like you guys are going to have a nice, smooth ride for the judges.
Indeed.
What do we got on the program today?
Lots of pitch sessions in the morning now, ladies and gentlemen. A bunch of them back to back. And by the mid-morning, just before lunch, we've got two amazing panel discussions that are taking place. So a first round of pitch sessions, a tiny little coffee break, and then two great panel discussions. Then we break for lunch for a bit of a time, and then we're back to some more pitches in the afternoon.
Yes, we're doing startups all day. Pitching. It's going to be an action-packed, you know, the time is going to be counting, the judges are going to be judging, the pens are going to be scribbling, the emails are going to be sending. It almost sounds like Christmas.
It does. I love the fact that you're already writing notes. That's nice. So you're just critiquing us The judges are already judging our MC skills.
Oh, jeez, I didn't count on that. Can I start over? Can we take it from the top?
We haven't started, Nick. It's okay.
All
This is the
right.
preamble.
Okay.
5 minutes to go, guys. If we have some stragglers outside, now's the time to make your way into the main room. We kick off the official program in about 5 minutes' time.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me.
Do you have any insights in terms of, just because we've got some people in the room who are pitching?
So yeah, most of the startups who are in the room, obviously this is going to be no news to you, but everybody else, there was a great 2-day action-packed, workshop-filled days of boot camp that we went through. And this was a lot of fun for me personally because not only did I get sort of that coveted early access to meeting and greeting the startups and getting to know what they do, but also there was a ton of practical knowledge that we went through on really a detailed level. We took the time to use our sort of collective intelligence in the room to share our stories, to sort of bounce off one another and sort of actually do that learning and development phase that is actually kind of very critical, because it's one thing to be out there hitting the street, hitting the cold calls, sending the emails, but it's another thing to sit down and really reflect and learn and develop. And I think that that's an amazing opportunity to really take the time for.
Great stuff. Very nice. Well, I'm sure people did take all the notes. And I'm sure they're going to apply it right now as they come and do their pitches. Cool.
Fantastic. All right.
Got a last couple of people over there grabbing their cups of coffee and then making their way into the room. And then we will start.
Ladies and gentlemen standing in the back, come on down, take a seat, fill those chairs. I am loud, but I do not bite, I promise.
Last couple of housekeeping bits and pieces before we get going, guys. If your safety, let me just start by saying your safety is as much your responsibility as it is ours. So if you are feeling at all vulnerable, please keep your masks on. Sit close to the exits. We do keep the fans going so that we have adequate ventilation in the room. But please remember to sanitize as often as possible and just look after yourselves. That's all we ask.
Right, there is something about socially distancing.
Yes. Yes. Well, we've got enough chairs, so feel free to
Spread out.
spread out if you want.
You can even put your feet up. I see my buddy over there doing exactly what I'd be doing, stretching out, putting your arms up. Oh,
That's very nice.
It's weird how much I love yawning. Is that strange?
It's not strange.
A lot of people like
yawning is a
sleeping.
great thing.
Some people are foodies. They love eating. Personally, I love yawning. When you get into bed and you just cozy up and you're like, no, nobody shares that. I knew I'd be weird. I knew that'd be weird, right? That's what
I did see one person. I saw a young lady over there who yawned as you yawned.
See, they are
In a
contagious. They are contagious.
show of empathy.
You know what else is contagious?
What's that?
Confidence,
Oh, is it?
passion,
Oh, really?
enthusiasm.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Is that true or not? Yeah?
Absolutely.
I hear 2 people are convinced. What about the rest of you? Is enthusiasm contagious?
It's
It's
getting there.
almost
It's getting there.
It's
Yeah.
almost there. It's almost like working, like starting a lawnmower.
Yes.
You know what I mean? What do you think? Are we excited for today? Oh wow! I see it is working.
It is
Are we
working, and we've got
excited for
about a
today?
minute to go. So we're going to try and really hype you up. Guys, it is day number 2 of the summit. Are we excited for what's coming? Yes.
Now, see, that's amazing.
Yes.
Now you guys are gonna have to go for some work because I'm getting more smiles back there than I'm seeing up here. Huh? Jeez. Are our startups in place? Beautiful. Our startups are ready. You guys ready? You prepared? You excited? How are the nerves? You guys nervous? No? Jeez, I'm nervous. Jeez, I'm nervous for them. I'm nervous for me now. They're all looking at me. That's the weird thing about being on stage. I don't know if you know this, but when you stand and you do public speaking, you're literally the part of your brain that feels fight or flight. That's what's enacted. Because the human mind, when it sees all the eyes looking at you and the lights, you're like, they're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. I gotta go. Should I fight? No, I should go. And that's what gives you all these jitters and nerves, right? It's the weirdest thing. But we continually do it to ourselves. Crazy.
I know. I'm watching the time.
Okay.
We're about to go. You, of course, know Ndileke is here in the front row, and she's going to be doing the introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we kick off with the pitches. We're going to just drop our music over here. The first person we're going to hand over to is Ndileka, and she's going to give us a little bit of background over here. So please, a round of applause.
Ndileka.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to ask if you can see me. You can. First things first. First things first to get off the ground is the leg. How did I fall? So everybody has been asking me, how did I fall? And every time I'm tempted to say something very exotic, like I was hiking and I rolled down. Unfortunately not, for two reasons. One, I'm scared of heights. Two, I fell in the bathroom. The floor was just wet. And the second part is the fact that I fell on Heritage Day, which in South Africa is a long weekend, which means when I say that I fell on Heritage Day, people think I was partying. So whenever I'm asked how it happened, I always mention it was 8:30 in the morning. So there's no partying at 8:30 in the morning. As mentioned, my name is Ndileka Zanzi. I am the CEO of the French South African Tech Labs. That is based up in Century City. What we do. We are in partnership with Metis, CEDA, which is Small Enterprise Development Agency, and TIA, which is Technology Innovation Agency, and La French Tech Labs. We established French South African Tech Labs, our aim is to incubate, which we run a 6-month incubation program for tech-based startups in South Africa and beyond. And also thank you to the COVID new norm, we are able to run things online. Apart from the incubation program, we also run a soft lending program, which helps European startups to establish themselves in South Africa. We provide our startups with infrastructure, networking, and content. That's about it. Not it, there's more that we do, but that's about it in terms of me and my ability to stand. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Ndileka. I'm going to grab that clicker from you. Cheers. All right, startups, are you ready to take the stage? Brilliant. Why don't you cruise on up? Go ahead, let's take the, this one. Clickers in the hand. I don't have a mic right now, but you can still hear me because I can project my voice. 3 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes for question and answer. Amigo, take it away. Thank you very much. All right, big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to all. Credibility underpins everything of value, and everything of value needs to be secured. The education sector is a sector that is highly valuable. If you're to look at these two institutions, which one of these would you consider credible? Hi, my name is Lundi. I'm the founder of Vector. We stand for verified, accountable, credible, transparent, and reliable higher education and training providers. Okay. Credibility is underpinned by two pillars, accreditation and quality assurance. The higher education sector is targeted at being worth 100 billion by 2027. And there's been a rapid increase in the number of online programs on offer and increasing number of students attending cross-border education. So in this rapidly growing market, how can students instantly and reliably verify which institutions and academic programs are credible? So to answer this question, we founded Vector, a digital platform enabling instant identification and digital verification of credible higher education institutions and training providers. So the problem that we're currently facing in the education sector is that there's a number of fake or bogus institutions and degree mills that claim to be credible, offering students' qualifications. At the end of the day, the students get those qualifications, but they're not worth the money and time that they spent on them. So in order to verify institutions, we look at 5 credibility areas. The first is compliance, accreditation, quality assurance, trade associations, and the last one is awards. So who needs credibility? So at the point of contact, the institution, the program, as well as the key staff members of the institution all need to be aligned. So we used 3 proprietary assets in order to achieve our goal. The first is the vector mark. The vector mark enables instant identification and recognition to an institution, program, or staff member that is vector verified and has got digital credibility enabled. The second is a vector profile, which holds the credentials of those parties. And the third is a directory, which holds only the verified courses that an institution offers. So in a world without vector, today you might go to the institution's website and see who they claim to be accredited by. And obviously that's a subjective information, it comes from them, and they've got a vested interest in saying they are credible. Anyone can go copy and paste any of these institutions or providers into their website. The second is to go to the institution's website, the accreditor's website itself. So in a world with vector, how do you know who's credible? Simply look at the vector mark. Thank you.
All right, well done. Big round of applause. Let's get 2 minutes on the clock for question and answer.
Can I ask a question? Good morning. That was really interesting. But could you tell us a little bit more of who else is working in this space? I mean, are there any other organizations that provide this kind of vetting process?
So currently in the space, the way that it's done is that you would go to a provider's accreditor, and you would go to their website, and they would be the institution would be listed there. So that would be the first option that you'd have. The second option is essentially from a referral, or from if you come from a high school, then they might recommend you go to particular types of institutions. So there aren't really any formal structures or private structures that are created to do the vetting. So that's where the challenges come in. But in terms of the corporate side, which is the side that we're not really looking at right now, they do employ other agencies to go out and vet institutions, and then through that vetting process, they know that those institutions are credible.
Thanks so much. I was just trying to understand, it seemed like when you showed all the accreditations, Amber and the rest of them, are you validating that those accreditations have actually sort of been completed, or are you independently creating an accreditation standard that competes with them?
No. So we don't do any accreditations. So we simply a platform that says that these accreditors have given or issued the accreditation to whatever institution that holds it. So on our end, on the platform, we will list that those listed accreditors have been verified by us, hence they show up in our profile. So the institution itself does not put any of those within our profile. So it's only once we've seen and verified with Amber that those institutions carry them that they will appear on the profile.
Okay, and have you got a specific working relationship or exclusivity with those associations, or are there other sort of players in your space?
So we don't have exclusivity. The information that they provide is publicly available. So we literally just go to that source, and once we see the institution listed there, then yeah.
All right, fantastic. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
3 minutes on the clock. Pass the mic and the clicker. There you go. Careful, the stage is lava. 3 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This morning, I realized the presentation is a bit long, so I'm just going to skip through some slides. So the first thing that you ask of a business is, what is this business trying to solve? What problem is this business trying to resolve? And the problem is with regards to the gig economy. It's connecting freelancers with startups and businesses who don't want to formally employ workers. And this is where Lancer comes in. Lancer is a freelancing platform that connects freelancers and businesses and startups. Oh, sorry, I've completely blanked. Can I just quickly look on my phone? Yes. So there are existing platforms that do this. But the problems with these existing platforms is that the gig workers are limited in their capacity as individuals. And this is what differentiates Lancer from these other platforms. Sorry, I've completely blanked. Can I maybe ask that you go and then I'll go afterwards?
No, gotta keep going, bud. You got it. Just tell us what you're doing.
Okay, sorry. We had the problem. Problem is gig workers are limited because they're individual. And now what Lancer seeks to do is we provide freelancing teams. Also, what we do is these freelancing services that we create or provide are art and design services, programming and web development, law and financing, and market and research services. Now, the way we're going to penetrate the market is by focusing on startups specifically and emphasizing on providing services to create beautiful pitch decks. The competitive advantage that we also have is to provide project management. Also, another disadvantage of current competitors is they link the freelancers directly with the businesses and startups, where we will come in as a third party and create project management. Our revenue model is charging a fixed fee based on the contract with the workers, the startups, and also charging a percentage of the gig workers. Yes, traction, okay, there's my time. This is the team. I'm responsible for getting investors, which hasn't gone that well at this moment. John-Ray and Corneille are the co-founders, and Andre de Wet is our advisor.
All right, big round of applause. Just put those 2 minutes on the clock, question and answer, and you can keep on pitching.
Quick question. That was a good presentation. Don't worry about it. So where are you with the business? Have you already got some clients?
We've had some customers, but the customers don't know who we are. So we need to market a bit, but everything is operational. We just need the marketing now.
And how many other people are doing this in your space?
Sorry?
How many other companies are doing this kind of thing in your
Well,
space?
we know of about 5 that are doing it, but we're the first that offer the team freelancing services.
Quick question on the onboarding of the freelancers. How do you vet their work, their quality, and are you responsible then for the quality of the work they deliver?
Yes, they go through a screening process and a selective process, and based on we put them through certain tests, and based on that, then we apply them.
Why have you chosen the entry point of the pitch decks out of interest? There's a lot of different things you could offer.
It's kind of analogous to what Amazon did with the books. It's quite arbitrary, but we think it has value focusing on that to penetrate the market.
All right, 3 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours. Wood flavor. Go ahead, bud. Just jump in. You got a microphone.
Hi. I'm Dirk van der Berg. I'm the founder of Wood Flavor Innovations, and we perfectly match wood flavors to a winemaker's needs. I'll tell you how. Quick background. Wood barrels have been around for ages to store wine, but not only to store wine, they also add additional flavor. The problem is these barrels have become increasingly expensive and a lot of winemakers can't afford them anymore, which has given rise to alternative oak products, which are essentially smaller pieces of wood also put in either older barrels or steel tanks to also add flavors. The problem, however, with these alternative oak products is the way they deliver flavors is not very reliable, which is a problem for winemakers, especially who want consistency. Access to them is limited. You can only get what the reps are coming to sell you, and it's inconvenient and old school. And like I said, the reps have to come to you, which takes up a lot of the winemaker's time and limits them to that specific product. So how do we solve it? Well, we use wood science, advanced statistics, and digital technology to give them precision, access, and convenience. I'll tell you how. Firstly, we need to build a flavor database. We do this by sourcing all the AOPs available, sending them to the lab, analyzing them in a mass spectrometer, doing some fancy stat work, and then integrating them into the back end of the platform, which enables step 2. The winemaker simply selects his favorite wood flavor profile, we match it, and that all happens in the convenience of our one-stop platform, which looks like this, and is also be available on an app. Okay, so how big is the market? Well, the value of the AOP market is just above $100 million, but the barrel market, which we'll enter to as well, is $1 billion. Okay. How do we make money? Our primary revenue stream is we simply take 10% of sales through the platform now. In future, we'll sell industry data, advertising, and then also expand into other categories like brandy and whiskey, and then go into yeast, etc. Our team, I've got a lot of corporate experience in the liquor industry. MBA and I started a beverage business as well, but I'm supported. I need the support from experts of product development, strategic marketing, and then 2 scientists on the wood and the wine side. Where are we? Well, I've bootstrapped as far as possible, my way through research and development and proof of concept, but we now need money to bring this to market. How much do we need? 3.2 million rand to build it and launch it. So we'll spend the first 6 months getting the samples, testing them, and building the platform. Year 1 will launch in South Africa. Year 2 will expand globally. So to just reiterate, there's a problem with reliability, access, and convenience. We solve that with precision, access, and convenience. We need a bit of bucks to make it happen. I'm Dirk van den Berg from Wood Flavor Innovations. If there's any interested parties that are interested, let's have coffee. Thank you for listening.
All right, well done. 2 minutes on the clock. Let's hear from our jury.
Quick question. That was really interesting, quite unique. But isn't this industry quite conservative? Why would they want to go to something which is so different from what they traditionally do?
It's a great question. So, yes, it is conservative. And winemakers are artists in themselves. But they want to create quality and they also want consistency. So they are asking for us to solve this reliability issue. I'm not making that up. The winemakers actually went to Wine Tech, which is African's body of research for wine in South Africa, and said, we've got this problem with these AOPs. Wine Tech then went to Stellenbosch, we did a study, and from that study came the findings from which we built this project, well, this business.
Question on global competitors. Is anyone else doing this? And if not, why not?
No one is doing it independently and selling it online. It's a very antiquated way of doing business. So you basically only have 60 manufacturers in the world that make both barrels and AOPs, and there's very specific reasons for that, of where the trees grow and how they can grow, etc. That then filters down into local distributors, and those distributors have the reps that go see the people. So no one is doing this independently because it's worked for them for so long. But we want to shift it from a supplier power to a consumer power and give the winemakers a bit of value. But also, we're also going to be value to upstream. So the distributors will get an additional channel through which to sell their market, and the manufacturers on top will get reach where they don't currently have distributors or customers. If you expand, you've got the app, it's the same customers, it's the same process flow, it's very easy to scale. And we can, the more transactions we do, the more data we gather, and we can then go and sell the data on to the manufacturers, saying, listen, you've got spaces where you're not competing, where your competitors are eating into you, that type of thing.
Good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our startups. Big round of applause for our jury. Thank you, guys. You can come on down. Well done. Fantastic. All righty, Roo. So that concludes our first pitch. So sorry, I did have a big lunch or a big breakfast this morning. So this was our first battle of the day, where you see all three of them fighting for competitiveness and all this stuff. We've got our next session lined up, who are pitch tour winners. So they've already been around of pitching, because the first year of AfricArena, we were very South Africa centered. And as time progressed, we decided to stretch our reach a little farther out into the continent and get into and attract more actors from different ecosystems, and actually look for the true sense of that word of collaboration. Working together, dare I say, to make the world a better place. It's funny how there are still people in the world who still believe in that principle. I'm one of them. Startups are definitely counted in that list, and I think more people in this room adhere to that principle, and I'm proud and happy as a human being that that's the truth. So that's my introduction to our pitch tour winners. They're gonna come up, give you the same 3 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes from our jury. Our jury, we're in place, we're ready to go. Didn't mean to interrupt, gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I'm kidding. Good. You're gonna hear from me all day, so don't worry, you'll be sick of me soon enough. Aida, good. Come on up, give her a big round of applause, please.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Great. Hi, my name is Aida, and I'm the co-founder of mytindy.com. So, I don't know if you're all familiar with Morocco, my country. It's a country on the North Africa, and it's, if you all know a bit about Marrakesh. So when you think of Marrakesh, what do you think of? Think of crafts, colors, right? And that's actually, I'm gonna go like this, okay? So I'm from Morocco, but I lived almost all my life outside of Morocco. And I went to Canada to study at McGill University, and every time I would go back to Morocco, I would bring with me stuff for my place. Like you can see here, like a poof, a pillow, something to remind me of home. And my friends in Morocco, in Canada, from all over the world, were asking me, please, Aida, where can we find this product? So I started looking online to try to find products, authentic products from Morocco to sell, to propose to my friends. But we couldn't find anything online, right? And that's how mytindy was born. mytindy solves a very specific problem that is both in Morocco, the MENA region, and the whole Africa in general. That is that most of the artisans don't know how to digitize themselves. So it means that when you want to buy authentic product from Africa or the MENA region, you can't buy it directly from the artisan. So we intervene here to digitize, to help the artisan digitize its catalog. We guarantee the quality to the buyer. We ensure that the artisan gets paid and that the client receives its product. And we do it through our marketplace that's called mytindy.com, where we're already live and we're already generating sales and revenue for our artisan. So as of today, we are able to onboard literate and illiterate vendors on our marketplace. We have over 8,000 active SKUs on the website from artisan. We ship mostly outside of Morocco, 70% of our orders. And why do we go for this market? For several reasons, and one of the most important, that's a big market, right? So the big market of the craft, the MENA tourist and the diaspora are the main clients of this, of our market. And for us, our market size at this scale is 15 million people. In terms of competition, today we know there's two different competitors. There's like the big players like Etsy and Amazon, and small players in the market. And our main difference is that we're accessible to the illiterates and the unbanked. The team today is made of Shakib and I. We're both the co-founder. We have extensive experience in finance, logistic marketing, and we also have people who work with us to make it all possible. We generate revenue through commissions on sale, merchant services, and B2B. And to make it short, today we have over 250 artisans on the platform, and with only 2,500 in ad spend, so mostly organic, we're able to generate over 68,000 in GMV. Are we done? And yeah, so that's it. Thank you very much.
morning. Who are your competitors?
Let's go back there. So our competitors, we have two different kinds of competitors. We have the big players like Etsy and Amazon that are also in the handmade, but they're not accessible to the illiterate and the unbanked and the people who have no know-how, how to digitize themselves. And then we have also smaller players in the market. There's a lot of small players in the market, but there's not a big leader yet. And that's where we find that there's a great opportunity for us to position ourselves as the marketplace for handmade goods in this region.
What do you think some of the reasons are for the bigger players not going into that space? Is it because the acquisition costs are high, or is it because they've got, you know, relative profit pools in other areas that they're chasing? And some of the smaller players that you mentioned, how big are they relative to yourselves?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you take, for example, Etsy, that is like the closest model to what we're doing, their biggest market to start with was the US. The US, I think, like the literacy rate is almost 100%, even in the countryside, right? When you take countries like Morocco, the MENA region, Africa, like I'm gonna take the example of Morocco, but in Morocco, in the countryside, like the literacy rate can be 10%, right? So it's a completely different population. And the cost of acquisition is really like not a problem. It's actually not that expensive if you compare it to the US, but there's a know-how that we have developed to enable us to talk with the people that don't know how to read and write. And the strategy to acquire them on the platform is completely different than if you were someone who were in the US who already had a laptop, who already uses, who reads and writes. So that's the main thing.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a really interesting model. It's obviously different from, I think it's Ways to Cap, which is more B2B marketplace,
Yes.
right, in Morocco. Delivery in 72 hours is quick. How do you deal with logistics? Is that something you take care of? And so do you hold the stock in a warehouse, or is it more of a drop shipping model that you only collect it from the person who makes it once it's sold?
So it's a hybrid, actually. So we ship in 72 hours because we partnered with FedEx, and we work with them to ship all over the world. Some stock, some are not drop shipping, but like when the order is placed, it arrives in our warehouse, and they must ship it to us within 24 hours. So that we're very strict on the...
All right, thank you. We're out of time,
Thank
but
you.
remember, we can continue these conversations all day long. And let's welcome our next startup. A big round of applause. Go ahead, take that stage. 3 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes for question and answer. Take it away.
Hello, good morning. My name is Daisy Isiaho, co-founder and chief product officer at Zuri Health. Our journey at Zuri Health started with a vision for quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare solution for all with a simple swipe. And this is because sub-Saharan Africa bears the highest disease burden in the world, with slow and limited access to medical healthcare, expensive and inconvenient hospital trips for small or minor prescriptions, and unequal distribution of healthcare services. At Zuri Health, we have taken time to build a product that will fill that gap. We see a huge market opportunity with virtual consultations now emerging as the most convenient way for doctor and patient interaction. And according to a survey, the mobile health market is predicted to grow to over $72 billion by the end of the year. And this is where we come in. Zuri Health is a mobile app that helps patients across sub-Saharan Africa to find and book for healthcare services. Our app is an all-inclusive and integrated mobile health solution with test and diagnostics, telemed, hospital, pharmacy, doctor on duty, and doctor at home as our MVP features. So through the app, patients can chat and consult with a doctor, buy medication from a pharmacy, book labs and diagnostic tests, and even have a doctor visit them at home. You can call it a virtual hospital. We also take into cognizance Africa's unique challenges and offer fast-level medical consultation via SMS service. This takes care of the over 65% of the population without access to smartphones or the internet. And now patients can chat and consult with a doctor from as low as 5 cents. I'm sure you can not get any better deal than this. I'm sure you're wondering how we make money. So we have 3 key revenue models. We have the subscription model for doctors, SMS billing for patients who consult and chat with the doctor via text, and commission from pharmacy and lab orders. What makes us different is that we provide an all-inclusive and integrated mobile health solution in one app, making it easy for our users to have all their healthcare needs met. This gives us a competitive edge against other telehealth startups or companies with uni-model solutions. Our team is made up of experienced C-suite cutting across business and product development, medical healthcare and growth with an extensive experience working and doing business in Africa. So we launched early this year in January, and in just 10 months, we have onboarded over 250 doctors, 9 pharmacies, and 6 labs and diagnostic centers. We have over 1,000 app downloads and over 200,000 SMS subscribers. So far, we have partnered with over 9 telco companies across Africa with an aggregated subscriber base for mass marketing. And we have generated over 250,000 revenue in booking revenue generated. So we are currently looking to raise funds to fuel growth, sustain and improve operations to become the #1 mobile health app in Africa. So join us on our journey to providing affordable and sustainable healthcare solution in Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let's hear from our jury.
Thanks very much. That was a great presentation. The question I have is around competition. I mean, you've got guys like Hello Doctor that have been around for a while. You've obviously got a few telco-led solutions as well. They haven't seemed to gain huge traction. Is there a reason why?
Yes, I can say the reason why is probably because of the revenue and business model. So the way we onboard our doctors is through subscription model. They pay us $150 annual subscription to onboard on the service, and whatever money they make, they keep it 100%. So the challenge we have in Africa is the commission-based model, which is not necessarily very sustainable. No doctor wants to share their commission from their revenue booking, but they're very open to actually subscribe on a subscription-based model, the same way you subscribe to your Netflix plan, but you don't necessarily stay at home to watch your Netflix, but you're sure that even on your free time, you're able to generate revenue, gain productivity, work over the weekends, and actually create value. So that's how we've actually come across this kind of model. And then also for the patients, we've also created a subscription plan as well on the SMS service where they can choose to subscribe to a monthly plan for just for $2. It's the same way we understand African community or markets do not have health insurance. So if you convince a person that they can subscribe to the monthly service from just $2 and they're able to chat with the doctor to get first-level medical consultation, unlimited chat, it's more value to them and it's actually very, very affordable.
Thank you. I've got one following question, but you mind? Sorry. How big is the market size? If you look at the customer that you're chasing, you're going to have a portion of most populations in emerging markets will go to someone like Access Afya in Kenya, for example.
Yes, so one of our growth or scale strategy is growth through partnerships. We have partnered with telco providers like Safaricom Kenya, Airtel Kenya, Telcom, MTN Ghana, Airtel Nigeria, who have an aggregated subscriber base of over, I can say, $60 million. And what we do is we charge per SMS text 5 Kenyan shillings. And it's a very easy way for us because the cost of acquisition is less than, I can say, is less than 0.1%. So it's very, very easy. We're able to tap into more markets and provide these services affordably. So that's how we actually are able to get our numbers, partnerships through telcos. And I think that's the way to go.
All right, squeezing those last couple seconds. Come on down, Daisy.
Thank
you know
you
the
so
hardest
much.
part of my job is I cannot cut people off. I just can't do it. I'm too sweet. You always, if you're gonna go over time, you're always gonna win with me. All right, clickers in hand. The mic's getting ready. Minutes are on the clock. Hit this. No, just the microphone. There you go. Good. All right. Big round of applause for our next startup. Hit the stage. Stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Zamo from AfricArena. Like many Africans, I was very excited to read about African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I was like, wow, this is brilliant. Finally, African countries can trade with ease without any bureaucracy and red tapes. But to look at the bottom line of it, let's be honest, is it really practical? And if it's not the case, having been a smallholder farmer myself, I know how difficult it is to sell in Africa. It's either you've got the product but you don't have the access to market. You've got access to market and the product, but you don't have logistics to transport to the market. Oh, I've been there. Why is that the case? Is it because generally in Africa, there's a lack of infrastructure, and that the agri-sector is very fragmented. You find all the key stakeholders operating in silo. It's the market on its own, it's a logistic company on its own. Even our agro buyers, they have the same pain. They say, Zamo, I want to get more farmers, but it's very difficult to discover them. Not just that, also, it'll take me a lot of time to go to the farms to verify quality. Yeah, you got it right. That's why we exist as AgriCool. We are building a digital infrastructure. We are a B2B online marketplace that links agro buyers and agro sellers to a fair and reliable marketplace. Think of us as a dating site that links farmers and buyers. How it works is that an agro seller, a farmer, would list the products on the platform. Different buyers would bid for the product. Once that's done, that's when we get in as AgriCool. We then organize logistics and also go to the farm before it goes to the market to verify quality. We charge between 3 and 8% commission, depending on the type of commodity, and also we charge a very small admin fee for organizing and facilitating the transaction. We've got, this is a 50 billion rands market in South Africa on the fresh produce, and we've got a very tiny market in KZN, in Pietermaritzburg and Durban, where we gross about 400,000 a month. We've got 320 agro-sellers in our platform, and we're working with some reputable companies, which are your retails, which includes Boxer, Food Lovers. And last week, we've signed a very big deal with Shoprite, and they spend 7 billion rands a year buying fresh produce. Ladies and gentlemen, I would have not been able to do this on my own. I've got a cool team behind me. I'm Zamo, an ag engineer. Our COO, Palisa, she's a soil scientist. We've also got Siba, who's got a vast experience in developing products, and also Brandon, who's our tech advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are raising $350,000 US to build a pan-African market. If you think this is exciting and you'd like to take part in building an African dream, we want to become a big sourcing hub for food and agri-products in Africa. Thank you.
All right, well done. Big round of applause. Let's hear from our jury.
This is a great presentation, thank you. Who else is in this space? I mean, there must be other people trying to do this kind of B2B operation.
Yeah, sure, 100%. Yeah, they are, especially in South Africa, we've got companies like Kula, we've also got Nile. Yeah, it is an emerging market. It's a very big market as well. Because like I've said, in South Africa, you're looking at 50 billion rands, and also, so what also differentiates us from those competitors is that we serve mostly your small growers, and also we also do more than just fresh produce. Recently, we've started doing your dry beans, and we're also looking to diversify to go into your sorghum and other agri-product lines.
Within South Africa, you mentioned the corporates, but which regions are you most active in? And how do you handle the logistics? You said you kind of facilitate that yourselves, but do you partner with fourth-party logistics companies, third-party? Do you have tech?
Yeah, sure. Firstly, we are based in KZN, mostly in Pietermaritzburg. It's a small city. We've got a few retailers there. And with logistics, we outsource. With logistics, we're working with third parties. We've got some small companies that helps us with transporting. And on the tech, from these 400,000 we've done on a monthly basis without any tech, we're just using WhatsApp. Because we've done a mistake in the past, we built tech and no one used it. It's only now recently we start to engage our customers and understand exactly how we can solve this problem.
Question on the farmers you're dealing with. I mean, what does the average farmer look like? These are smaller scale farmers in comparison to more mechanized farmers, is that right?
Yeah, sure. I'd say it ranges from a small grower to a commercial, depending, because our specs are not the same. You know, when you onboard a customer like Shoprite, you look at the specs are too high. So we've got from small to commercial. And also, when we started with small growers, and then we realized that they're not consistent. By having the big growers as well, it helps you because they kind of act like a buffer as well. So you're able to supply quality and continuously.
All right, thank you so much. Well done. Come on down, bud. Just gonna change mics real quick.
All righty, Roo. Big round of applause for all of our startups. It's not easy, but they're out there working it and making it work.
Big round, we can do better than that. Big round of applause, because I'm also going to need Keep It Going for our judges. Thank you guys so much. I think we're going to swap out some judges. No? Yes? No? Yes. Yes. Endeleka is going to hang out with me for a moment. But I do got to tell you, I'm going to tell you again, is if you want to squeeze out some extra seconds, if you want to squeeze out that extra question, if I'm running the stage, you definitely can, because it's the worst part of my job. I cannot just cut people off. I do it during corporate events. They're like, Nick, you got to be a timekeeper. Never going to work with me, never going to work with me. But trust me, I didn't say that out loud because the stage manager and other people present would probably kill me. Our next challenge is our Tech for Good challenge, and I'm going to hear from the lovely Endeleka. And we're going to get our jury sorted out. Endeleka, would you like to say a few words?
Good luck.
Good luck. About the challenge more. She's getting her things sorted. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our startups are in place. Our jury is getting settled and seated. We're collecting those notes that we're going to put in a very safe spot, probably a briefcase handcuffed to somebody's hand. The most precious documents in the building right now. How are we all feeling out there? But that's why I asked the question. Let's give a nice big yawn. Yeah, nice big stretch. Oh man, you guys are sleepy. I gave you time for coffee. We're giving you exciting pitches. Next year we gotta watch out for those chairs. I think the chairs are just too comfy. Next year, you guys are getting wooden chairs. You know what? No chairs at all. You're just gonna stand next year. If this is the way we're gonna be, no chairs at all. Everybody stand. No way to sleep. Is our jury in place? Do we all know each other? See, they're smiling. They're energetic. Thank God somebody in the room is awake. Good to go. Ready to rock and roll. Come on up. Give them a big round of applause, please. That'll wake you up at least. There we go. A little louder. A little louder. Easy, easy. Fantastic. All right. You got a microphone. You got the clicker. We got the challenge. We got the jury. We got the public, or at least in figure state. 3 minutes on the clock. Let's have it.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lunga Hamilton Moza, the co-founder of Basket. So the story goes like this. A kid growing up in the far rural areas of Eastern Cape, grew up in a family that's very agricultural with my grandmother, a woman that has a minimum amount of background in education and farming, but she finds ways and means to grow crops. And I ask her, but like, what can you do to earn an income, to expand your generational wealth so we can benefit from that? And she tells me, Lunga, listen, I'm at a disadvantage because I'm far away from market. The produce I grow, we eat it, we spend it, we eat it. There's no way, there's no channel that I can use and sell. So that gave me a thought. As I came back from Eastern Cape, I sit down in my dorm room in Stellenbosch. I was like, no, this is a problem. Because we find that in South Africa, especially in the fresh produce sector, that a lot of women who are traders on the streets are still at a disadvantage. Bringing to you Basket. Basket is an application that gives market accessibility to small growers in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, get access to market to sell to street vendors who want to make a living. This is a problem that we find out. We find out there's a lack of market accessibility, a lack of financial credit, and just a quick background, COVID happened, and in the Western Cape, there's about 750,000 vendors available, but due to COVID, only about 90 still left in the market, because it's a problem. Furthermore, the areas of concern that I mentioned, financial credit and stock accurate management. And furthermore, if we move on, so how is Basket in terms of the market? As you can see, it's a fast-growing market. As we can see that there's about 750, as I mentioned, active vendors in the Western Cape who are trying to tap into market. And in the same while, there's about over 100 growers in the Western Cape who want to tap into the market. Furthermore, this is our customer that we work with recently. We live in Stellenbosch. One of our areas of concern is that, number one, she's a woman. And it's a market that's dominated by women, but still they find themselves at a disadvantage and not getting access to market and to right quality produce in the right quantity and to right farmers. Furthermore, here's another woman who's a farmer who resides in Khayelitsha. Her means and ways to get her produce and crops to market, it's a hassle. It's a big hassle. She has to call, know who to go to find a producer into the market. Therefore, this is how Basket, and this is how the customers of Basket have been using and how they're active right now without Basket. So they have to go, the only channel they have to go to is a market. A marketplace where it houses all the fish produced from external partners or external farmers. So they don't have any channel, they don't have any access, they don't have any sustainable system in place. Therefore, this is Basket. Basket is keep it simple. So Basket allows farmers, especially those who are emerging farmers, focusing on women farmers, to list their produce on our platform at quite an affordable listing fee. And therefore, what happens is that we facilitate the engagement between the farmer and the buyer. And for those who don't have logistical means, we provide those means. Therefore, this is the overview of Basket. So it's a quite an easy system to use that allows the buyers to tap into our system and to get fish produce. Therefore, they get benefits of pre-negotiated discounts and stock management track solution and a stock management system in place. Furthermore, we have competition. Competition is our theme. So we have analyzed, the market in South Africa is quite big. In comparison, it's quite big in East Africa. As we can see, our counterparts, Local Watch, and our counterparts in South Africa. But what we bring in the game, we bring lower prices and profitability.
All right, buddy. Sorry, name of the game, 3 minutes on the clock. This time I have to jump in. You forced my hand. You heard what I said and you tried to take advantage. All right, let's reset that clock for question and answer. And remember, pitching doesn't just happen on stage, it happens off stage, over coffee, in a bar, in a meeting room, whenever you'd like. Let's have some questions.
Hi, thanks so much. You were perhaps just getting into it, but on the competitors, you mentioned your main difference is price. Is there anything that supports your ability to sustain that?
As I mentioned, it's price. The reason why I'm saying that, as of now, street vendors, especially them, they don't have means of logistics. So that's where we come in. So we said that if we can outsource that part of logistics to external parties, meaning that if we have anyone on the audience who wants to make a service fee, so they can use our platform, whereby we can utilize the vehicle to be able to facilitate the buying and dropping of fish produce from the farmer to the vendor. So just a backstory. So as I mentioned, over 100 the growers who are small scale in the Western Cape. So they're interconnected. So they all grow around different townships in the Cape Flats, so that they're quite in not so much of a distance to the sellers. So that's why we said that we lower the prices, because we're avoiding and we're cutting costs of such things as like fuel cost of having to drive long distances. Because the grower, they're close to the sellers. It's just that the connect they don't have. Thank you.
I must say your ancestors are with you because you stretched your time. My question is, very lucky. My question is that what's unique about your product?
What's unique about my product? So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to focus on establishing an ecosystem. So the thing is that we have seen that's pushing is that as much as they say that market accessibility, but then there's no way to facilitate that. So it's a problem from the growers, from the sellers, and to the stakeholders. So what happens is that many growers will say that it's fine, I want to get market accessibility, but at the same time, I want to see my product on a ShopRite, Pick n Pay, Woolies shelf. So that's where we come in, to facilitate that and get the data to be able to say, to go to big corporates and say, listen, here's data, here's emerging growers who would like to list their
Ancestors again.
All right, and there's the time. Very ambitious young gentleman. Give him a round of applause, please. All right. We're gonna get that microphone all cleaned up. Ready to go. Front and center when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edwin. I'm the co-founder of Green Child Project, and I'm really excited to be able to connect with you all this morning. It's estimated that in South Africa, only 32% of disabled students actually end up finishing high school. And out of that group, only 20% go on to complete tertiary education. The Human Rights Watch report stated access to entry and also the misunderstood individual needs of disabled students as key contributing factors to this. Up until 2019, Green Child Project was a traditional brick and mortar tertiary education institution catering for people with disabilities. Lockdown restrictions forced the business to pivot into an online, non-discriminatory digital education platform. As with any pivot, there's opportunities and there's also challenges with this. We understand that the challenge of access to education in South Africa, it's a complex socio-economic one that we can't address by ourselves. The challenge itself brings many symptomatic problems, and again, we can't address each of those ourselves as well. The one we try to address is simply the accessibility, either technically or pedagogically, for disabled students to fair education in South Africa. The potential opportunity that pivoting the business brought for us was the ability to scale, which we weren't able to do because we were brick and mortar. What it also allowed us was to explore different business models, but also different revenue streams from this pivot itself. As mentioned though, the opportunities also presented us with a different set of problems, because everything that's out there in terms of e-learning is either inaccessible to students with disabilities, like I mentioned, either technically or pedagogically. Our approach was to do small but noticeable and impactful changes onto our platform. The first being making it available in the 3 most spoken languages in the Western Cape, being Xhosa, English, and Afrikaans. And most recently, we've started incorporating sign language as well onto our platform. The vision for the platform was always one of scaling. Scaling either through our delivery methods, but also becoming an enabler for change agents to actually use our platform to deliver their packaged content or educational services itself. The need for change, like I mentioned, came twofold. One, the accessibility, but also the revenue model for ourselves. Now, if you look at the e-learning market in Africa, which is contributed mostly by South Africa, Kenya, Morocco, and Tunisia, it's a $1.5 billion industry itself. For us, our revenue model remained mostly the same, that being selling B2B to corporate clients, which mostly pay for the education of our students.
All right, well done. Graceful and gracious. Let's hear from our jury.
I'll go. Great presentation. I think there is definitely a need. I just question that, you know, the growth of EdTech in the industry, especially in South Africa, you know, the likes of Snaplify, et cetera, and how would you position yourself differently, and as opposed to maybe not even, maybe like partnering with them as an example?
Absolutely, that's a fantastic question.
Could I just maybe add to that, because I'd got a similar twist, is why wouldn't they be able to do what you're doing if they were interested? Is it the market size or is it your capability?
That's a fantastic question, and you've answered it in that yourself. So we didn't start out as a tech company. We're an actual college. So we're an accredited, fully accredited college, where the business model in the sector is usually a tech partner enabling a college, where for ourselves, we've kind of gone completely befuddled and we're enabling ourselves. So we've started looking at partnerships with universities. Our first one being partnering with Sega Silicon Valley in Kenya. So we're taking on a cohort of 20 students to firstly answer the question, can we actually do what we're trying to sell, i.e. remote training from South Africa to Kenya. And we've also reached out to universities in Uganda who in the past 3 years have done extensive research in how to deliver quality education to people with disabilities. I hope that answers the question.
All right, we can pass that mic. Give a big round of applause, please. We're going to set up that timer. Make sure everybody's set and ready to go. Edwin, you can hit back up on that podium. A gracious and graceful startup, if ever, wants to leave her center stage. All right. When you're ready.
Can you please start the timer? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Khabatusi. I'm the founder and CEO of Serum Technologies. We are building solutions that enable early detection of blood clots. Why blood clots specifically? Well, because over a year ago, I got the shock of my life when I got diagnosed with a blood clot that I wasn't aware it was looming in my lungs. Shortly following my diagnosis, I was shocked also to find out that blood clots actually kill more people than breast cancer, AIDS, and road accidents combined. In addition to that, 60% of deaths that occur in hospitals are actually linked to blood clots. What's shocking is that blood clots are actually treatable if detected early. However, the challenge is that blood clots don't present any specific symptoms. As such, they often go undiagnosed. At Suramed, we're building a solution that enables early detection of blood clots, which will enable early intervention and help to bring down the number of preventable deaths. Our product is a wearable smart patch that detects and monitors specific blood clot indicators in the blood of the user, and it wirelessly sends this data to a smart device where it can be interpreted, and it alerts the user to seek medical attention should the danger be imminent. The device is also applicable for use in both hospital and home use. On an annual basis, 10 million cases of blood clots are actually reported globally, and this number is expected to increase with the current pandemic. Our B2B customers include hospitals, retail pharmacies, medical insurance companies, e-commerce platforms, and our B2C customers are people with a high-risk profile of developing blood clots, such as myself. Revenue will be generated through once-off sales of the devices and also through recurring sales of the biosensors. There are a number of products in the market that are used to detect blood clots offered by big medtech companies. However, we're offering a holistic solution that enables remote and continuous monitoring in real time. Since our inception in March 2021, we've done some market validations. We have a waiting list. We've built an online community of blood clot survivors. We have 3D printed a proof of concept. We have filed for patent protection. And exciting, we have been accepted into the Panacea Develop program in Oxford, UK. The team currently is made up of myself as the only founder. I have a life sciences and engineering background coupled with an MBA and over 12 years of experience in intellectual property management and commercialization. I also have advisors who are experts in the medical device space. We're also excited to be welcoming a new co-founder in the near term. Currently, our investment ask is $50,000 to enable us to miniaturize the current proof of concept into an early proof of concept that's been made in the lab.
All right, thank you so much. Big round of applause, please, for our startups. And let's hear from our jury.
Okay, so a very nice presentation. But the device you're producing is going to be rated as a medical device, right?
Yes.
Normally, the licensing and all those issues regarding medical devices, but you're just asking for 50. Do you think it will cover that for you to get a prototype that will?
So I didn't want to shock you guys about the amount of money I'll require to get this device to market. So I'm just breaking it into tranches to get us to the next inflection point that would unlock further funding to get to the next step.
I had a similar question, so it'd be interesting to know the real number. But it seems like the main difference relative to the major pharmacos is the continuous monitoring. Obviously, there's a user experience challenge there that people don't want to continually wear a patch, right? So how often do you have to wear this patch? What's the sort of minimum period, and what's your feedback been from the customers or from the patients that have had to use it?
So basically, for home use, for people such as myself who've been diagnosed with a blood clot, you only use that wearable when you feel unwell, because what happens is that you get home and your chest is sore and you're worried that it's another blood clot, and what happens is that we keep on making trips to the ER, which is not only costly but it's time consuming, and then you get to the ER, then you're going to get 10 back. So for home use, it's for when you're feeling unwell, but for hospital use, it's for people that are in ICU who are admitted, who need to be continuously monitored on the screens.
And the lifespan of the patch?
Those are studies that we still need to figure out as we develop the prototype.
All right, let's have a big round of applause for our startups. You can come on down, guys. Thank you so much. Wonderful job. Well done. I'm going to want you to thank our jury as well because we're going to have a little swap out in just a moment. Next up is our Viva Tech Challenge, and I'm very excited to say that because as I am lived and based in Paris, this is a big tech conference that we have every year in Paris. Viva Tech, central place where startups, corporates, and people from all over the world get together to work on innovation and amazing things. Now, I could talk about it all day, but I think you'd rather hear from the man himself. Could I welcome Guillaume up here? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, gentlemen. Guillaume, you want to join me on stage? And Christophe. Let's give him a big round of applause. You got the man of the hour. It's not every day. I'm going to pass you the mic, and you can take it away.
Yeah, just a few words about our partnership with VivaTech. So AfricArena and VivaTech have been partnering since 2018. So right from the AfricArena edition of 2017, we brought startups from that first edition to VivaTech 2018. And we've been doing the same for the last few years. Obviously, during COVID, we had a bit of an interruption, right, Guillaume? And so we are really thrilled to be here again today and really, really proud that Guillaume made the trip all the way from Paris to be with us and to announce that, again, we have this VivaTech AfricArena Challenge today and that we will be taking a cohort of startups from this challenge and from the other challenges that you are competing with at this summit to VivaTech 2022 in Paris. So very happy to have you, Guillaume, and please tell us about VivaTech 2022 and our partnership.
Thank you so much. First of all, hi everyone, bonjour, I'm Guillaume Maréchal. I really want to thank Christophe and Bintou and all AfricArena team to give us the opportunity to meet and to gather us, especially after this weird COVID situation. First, who knows VivaTech? Just to have a little, raise your hand. Good. So for those who doesn't know VivaTech, I would suggest that you talk with your neighbors or you come talk with me during the lunch break. Instead of a long speech, I would like to share with you a video of what is VivaTech actually. Like this, you can feel the vibe and our vision as well for 2022. Almost. It's coming. I think it's a YouTube link, just in case. Otherwise, it's fine. Up to you. No, I think it's fine. No worries. I will send you one-to-one the YouTube link. So VivaTech is the biggest tech event in Europe, actually. Just to give you some figures, in 2019. Oh, here we are, I think. Okay. Please enjoy. It will be so much better than me. So this is what is VivaTech and when we're going back in 2022. So just maybe to focus on today's topic, of course, Africa. Africa has always been, since the beginning of VivaTech, a key pillar for us. So we have welcomed, for instance, 1,000 startups, 10 countries, 3 head of states, including Mr. Kagame, Macky Sall, and Mr. Tshisekedi as well. So it's really in our core value, and I think what we're trying to achieve as well with this long-term partnership with AfricArena is really to create a long-term bridge and to highlight the different ecosystem. So today's pitch is all about how to scale in Africa, and so I'm very excited to see these three amazing startups. And just as a maybe opening or conclusion, I want to announce that we are launching as well an Africa Tech Awards in partnership with the IFC, the World Bank, 2022. And it will be 4 categories. The first one will be FinTech, Agri-Tech, Health Tech, and Climate Tech. So we will keep you updated and stay tuned because we are launching the application in January 2022. This was for a little advertisement. Thank you so much, and I give the floor to the steps.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Guillaume. Now, just in case you didn't know, we're going to get the startups in here. We're going to get the timer on the clock. We've got the jury hot and ready to go. Startups, please join me on stage. Give them a big round of applause, please. All right, bigger round of applause, please. Even bigger round of applause, please. We've got the clicker in hand. We've got the slides up. We've got the startups. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Surisha Barrett from South Africa, Cape Town, CEO and co-founder of LloydUp. LloydUp started was something that came into interest after attending World Economic Forum in 2019. Looking at the way the world is going in Fourth Industrial Revolution, there was no better time than now to look into digitizing a commercial service like legal, being accessible, affordable, sustainable, as well as impacting a socioeconomic issue like gender-based violence in Africa. In terms of the solution and how LloydUp is doing this, we are assisting startups and VCs, virtual lawyers, vetted legal documentation, digital signatures, and then our main feature, which is Uber for Lawyers, joining our lawyer network. So if you are an attorney, you're able to upload your credentials on the platform, go through the vetting process, and become part of our network of lawyers. Thereafter, for every interaction and transaction that occurs, LloydUp will then make 30% of each of those. I'm going to skip this text slide because my CTO isn't available. So in terms of publication and traction, so we have over 300 people that have already registered to actually utilize the app and has shown interest in it. We started with our first campaign being gender-based violence. We've assisted 18 people with protection orders, 100 pro bono attorneys that have registered on the platform, 250 database of attorneys, which has already given us their CVs and their credentials to be part of the lawyer network, and 136 publications that have come out since the updated website. And I make mention to this is because marketing is a large factor of the success of any business, and to be able to have the traction that we've gotten in the last 2 weeks has been amazing. In terms of a competitive analysis, LloydUp does not have a direct competitor. However, we do have companies like Digital Signatures and LegalZoom, but we've integrated that into one. Revenue model. So we're looking at 3 different revenue models here, being your freemium basic model, your premium, and pay-as-you-go. When we look at pay-as-you-go, it's your general legal firm or your legal consultancy, and utilize the services as and when you need. Equity and team. So our main head of legal comes from the top 5 law firm in Africa, being Weber Wenzel. So even though we are affordable and accessible, it isn't compromising the service that LloydUp is providing. We were fortunate enough to have got an investment of 5 million rand a week ago, which is enabling us to now start with our MVP and launch first quarter of next year. This is our product roadmap. So 2022, quarter 4 is when we're looking, 2022 quarter 1 is when we're looking to launch. I think this is the incorrect slide, and that's basically LloydUp. Thank you so much.
All right, well done. Let's hear from our jury. Don't pass the mic just yet.
So just so that I'm clear, so the question is around how you incentivize lawyers to come on board. So I see it's a subscription model on the front end, and then on the back end you said it's an Uber for lawyers, but you also mentioned it's pro bono. So is it that the lawyers, you don't give anything to the lawyers, or how does your business model work?
So when it comes to the pro bono aspect of LloydUp, this is just gender-based violence and rape victims being able to contribute towards our social economic issue in Africa and the rise of those cases. So in terms of the pro bono lawyers for just gender-based violence, they are not incentivized. But the 3 other revenue models is lawyers that want to get extra work, creating job opportunities, and being able to localize the app in and around Africa.
well done on the pitch and your recent raise. On the pro bono side, I know a lot of big law firms have got this actually as a challenge that they have to commit certain pro bono hours. Would you partner with them in those cases, or would they see you as a competitor on the other side?
So I've had a lot of law firms that are quite interested in partnering with me. So rather than seeing it as a competitor, they're willing to assist, especially with the socioeconomic situation, being gender-based violence. And you know, post-pandemic, I just think that the cases are rising so much that there needs to be some sort of initiative in place. So that's where LoyDAP comes in.
Hi, just a question. What is your targeted markets, countries, because you're based in South Africa, but what is the next step?
So the next step is to go into Africa. So when you download the app, you're able to click in the location that you're in. So call it Kenya, for example. Click down in Kenya and localize those services. So not only is it creating job opportunities, but also it's allowing affected individuals all around Africa to get the pro bono aspect, as well as being monetized and given a specific amount for their services.
All right, big round of applause. Thank you so much. I'm gonna clean off that mic for you. We're gonna get 3 minutes on the clock. Slides ready.
Nope. Once upon a time, I was a student. I understand the student journey, how hard it is to balance registration, looking for accommodation, all in the first week of arriving in a new environment. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lucas Mohaswa. I'm the CEO and founder of Reslocate. Reslocate is an interactive platform that connects credible property owners with prospective and current students in a simple, safe, and effortless manner. We exist to solve the critical issue of student accommodation in Africa by being the go-to guy for finding relatively affordable, safe, and decent accommodation. In South Africa currently, there are about 17 million households with 3 million reported to be occupying rental units. The Development Bank of South Africa is investing $140 million in student accommodation to balance the demand. Every year, we enroll 2.5 million students in South Africa and is forecasted to increase to 1.6 million by 2025. The product we are offering, it's easy. For property owners, they just download the app, create their account, and then load their property. We get in touch with them. For students, download the app, fill in their details, and then search for a posse of their choice. This is the traction that we've got so far. We've got 200 beds loaded on the app, more than 1,000 downloads. We've bootstrapped $100,000. We've got 400 users, and we've partnered with universities in South Africa. And then I've highlighted some of the achievements we've accomplished so far. Our business model is simple. We charge between 2 and 5%, 2% for local students and 5% for international students. Market adoption, this is how we get to our market. We do events, high school events, we do partnership with banking, finance, edtech companies like 123 Tutors there, and then national financial aid schemes. Competition, here are some of the notable competitions, but how are we better than them? We are inclusive. We cater for both urban and informal areas, property owners. We've got a wider reach. We accommodate students from all institutions of higher learning. We are student-driven. Our services are curated for students. The app is easy to use, and our brand messaging is for the Gen Z. This is our social impact. We employ students who are currently enrolled in these institutions of higher learning to do the vetting on our properties. We try to alleviate poverty by giving them some pocket money or some money for them to use. And also, we believe in quality education, sustainable cities and communities. Meet our exciting team. We've got 40 years combined experience ranging from software engineering, marketing, and then business development.
All right, thank you so much. Big round of applause, please. Stay on the block. And let's hear from our jury.
I think you briefly touched on the sort of competitors, and you said, that you're doing a range of things that they're not. Just wondering, in that list of things that you kind of provided, which of those do you see as being a real moat? It felt like almost all of them, if it is attractive enough, some of the larger players could do them. And also you said you've got a broader reach in a few things, but you seemed earlier stage than some of the larger players. Just explain that a bit.
Okay, what we're doing, it's as compared to our competitors, our model is inclusive, so it's student-driven. So we're using students to be part of our offering. And also when we say the reach, our competitors currently, what they do, they are targeting high-end students. So we are giving opportunity to students in informal areas and informal settlements. So yes.
So at the moment, in which province or which universities are you finding you're gaining the most traction?
Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga.
And how do they get pocket money? Because you mentioned how you mentioned that they also get pocket money by
Yes. When we were doing our marketing drive, what we did, we employed some of the students to do the vetting on the properties loaded on the app, and then we were giving them, we were rewarding them by commission.
What about the supply? Like, do you find easily some flats available or accommodations? Because like we are very student driven, but you need accommodation, right? So how do you address this target?
The supply it's massive because currently in our country there's not enough accommodation to cater for all the students. Hence, I mentioned that the Development Bank of South Africa is investing $140 million. So it's a demand and supply type of gap.
Okay, big round of applause, please. And everybody remember, questions can be asked all day long. They're very accessible and they'd love to meet and greet you. Gonna grab that microphone, gonna grab that clicker, gonna make sure those slides are in order. All right, take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Celeste, I'm French, living and working in Morocco, Casablanca, and today I am representing MintHR, the employee management software that enables employees to have a better experience at work and employers to get better organized. Today, the world of work is changing with the COVID-19, the Gen Z, the millennials, the talent crunch, and we can have a lot more. The problem is that today, more than 70% of all SMBs do not use an HR software to manage their HR. And for those who use one, the solution is very old, very expensive, very hard to put in place. The employee data is totally fragmented between the difference of the company, and this leads to a bad employee experience. And we all know that employees are the key success factors of companies. This is why we created MintHR, a SaaS software that combines both HR and IT services. Our solution, which is 100% customizable, is also ISO certified, and the software is available in 4 languages, including Arabic. We focus a lot on the UX design. As you can see here, before MintHR, employers tried to manage their HR through old Excel spreadsheet, but it was not an easy way to do so. But now with MintHR, everything is more easier and colorful as well. We provide a lot of features from the recruitment until the development of the employee during its entire life cycle within its company. Today, we have around 10 paying clients that are giving us daily feedbacks so we can adjust the solution and be sure that the solution really responds to their needs. The HR tech is a very big and evolving market with big actors, but especially in the USA and in Europe. Our expansion strategy. For now, we are in Morocco, Casablanca. We are trying to get the product market fit as soon as possible. And once we will have it, we will quickly extend our solution to the MENA region. This is why as well our software is in Arabic. After, for sure, Africa, because there is no solution like ours that is fully adapted to the African market. Our business model. We have a classical subscription mode for SaaS companies. The price depends on the number of employees, the feature that you have selected, and also whether it is a monthly or an annual subscription. In terms of teams, we are 10 people working for Mint HR, including Karim, our co-founder, who is our CEO, who is in Dubai, Abdelhak, the CTO, and me, the marketing and business developer. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me, and I'm happy to hear your questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me a big round of applause. Let's set that clock and hear from our jury.
Sure.
So really, this very saturated market, to be frank, right?
Yep.
So maybe are you targeting any segment of the market, maybe where you can focus your attention?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for your question. At this time, we are focusing on the Moroccan market because we are from Morocco. And we really want to adjust the solutions so it responds in the best way to the employee needs and the real needs of the HR market. Once we will have it, we will quickly deploy our solution into the MENA region and then Africa. So yeah, our product is made by Africans for Africans.
Maybe related to that question is that, so that's your expansion strategy geographically, but from a product perspective, it felt like you're differentiating yourselves by offering more. You said a lot of the offerings are fragmented, but they're really large companies. So how do you plan to sort of start relatively niche with your limited resources, yet differentiate yourselves against these major players?
At this time, we propose a quite unique solution that combines both HR and IT needs. So the most solution that you will find will be like SAP, Oracle, very old, very expensive solution, and they do not provide that many features that we propose. Up here you can see them. So yeah, our solution is unique and also adapted to the African market. And today there is no solution really adapted to the African market available. I hope it's responsive.
I have a question regarding your development strategy. So how do you attract new companies? What kind of marketing are you doing? Actually, you are the one in charge, okay?
Yeah, yeah. In terms of marketing, we are doing SEO and SEA mainly. We will also make few videos of our clients just to give more image to them. Our clients today are multinationals based in Morocco, and once they will use the solution, if they will like it, they will propose it for sure to the other subsidiaries in other countries. So that it will help us also through partners like accountants, IT firms, and everything. They could propose Mint HR to their clients, and then they will sell the product to their clients as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Give him a big, big round of applause, please. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. You can come off the stage. So much to say, so little time. Well done. All right. How are we all feeling today? Yeah, you see, you're sleepy, you're tired. What do you think? Should we take a break? Jeez, I thought that would get you excited. Should we take a break? Oh, yeah, I guess. Did you have a pillow I could use? All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen. There's coffee and hot drinks outside. Thank you for our startups. I know there was a lot of information to take in, a lot of questions you probably have, so don't worry. Our startups are smiling, young, ambitious go-getters, and they would love to have a conversation with you. If you have any questions whatsoever, very accessible, and they'd love to continue the conversation. So, if you'd like to stretch your legs, I encourage you to do so. Go have a drink, but don't go too far, because just after the break, we're going to have a nice little sit down and a nice discussion about furthering topics, furthering innovation, and how we can make this world a better place. Thank you so much. I'll see you in a bit.
two, 1, 2, yes.
Right, guys, we're going to kick off the next session in about 5 minutes' time. So if you're outside, grab those coffees, make your way inside, grab a water. We've got a great panel discussion coming up about where you should be incorporating your business. The great debate is about to begin. 3 awesome panelists and an amazing moderator bringing you that discussion. So if you are outside, now make your way into the main venue. Our next session starts in 5 minutes.
Africa is, our future.
So AfricArena is a series of events and a series of initiatives that happen all throughout the year and on multiple channels, where the idea was really to be a marketplace, a platform to connect entrepreneurs from all over the continent with founders, with investors for capital, and with corporates for market access.
I think creating more effective ways of allowing Africans to invest in African startups.
I can't wait to see more entrepreneurs that are given the opportunity to fail and learn from the mistakes and get the unicorns that we so desperately need on our continent.
Africa is, our future.
So AfricArena is a series of events and a series of initiatives that happen all throughout the year and on multiple channels, where the idea was really to be a marketplace, a platform to connect entrepreneurs from all over the continent with founders, with investors for capital, and with corporates for market access.
I think creating more effective ways of allowing Africans to invest in African startups.
I can't wait to see more entrepreneurs that are given the opportunity to fail and learn from the mistakes and get the unicorns that we so desperately need on our continent.
Africa is, our future.
So AfricArena is a series of events and a series of initiatives that happen all throughout the year and on multiple channels, where the idea was really to be a marketplace, a platform to connect entrepreneurs from all over the continent with founders,
Right, guys,
with
our
investors for
next panel
capital,
discussion
and
is
with
about to
corporates
begin.
for market
We've in
access.
fact got 2 of them back to back. So if you want to know all about where you incorporate in your company,
creating
that discussion
more
is happening in the
effective
next
ways
2 or 3
allowing
minutes.
Africans
After
to
that, we're
invest
chatting
in
about
African
crypto.
startups.
So, guys
I can't wait
outside,
to
grab your
see
cups of coffee,
more
make your way
entrepreneurs that are given the
inside. We are
opportunity
kicking
to
off
fail and
this
learn
in
from the mistakes
discussion
and get the unicorns that we so
segment
desperately need on our
in the next
continent.
2 or 3 minutes.
Africa is, our future.
Radio. I think we're going to jump into it. It's just gone 20 past 11, so we're going to ask everyone outside, guys. If you are outside, time to make your way inside so you can come and join us. Welcome. How was your coffee break? Did you have a good break? Nice. You look like you had lots. You look like you didn't have any. That's great. We've got a great, interesting discussion coming up over here about whether it is necessary to go offshore if you're wanting to grow. That's always a big question. And then the question of Delaware. Delaware. I don't even think Delaware do people live in Delaware? Is it just post boxes? Is it just a city full of post boxes is what it is. Everyone wants to incorporate in Delaware. And what is should it be called the 55th African country? That is our discussion today. Is Delaware the 55th African country, and do you have to go offshore to grow? That's the question we pose, and we've got an amazing group of panelists that is going to discuss just that. I always explain, guys, the value you get out of this, you're going to get a ton of value from the actual discussion, but the big value comes from the questions you get to ask these experts during the Q&A, okay? So as those questions come up, make sure you jot them down, and when we do go to the Q&A, stick those hands up, because that's when they'll get to answer your actual questions. So we've got a bit of a discussion, and then we're going to go to the Q&A. We've got, as I said, our moderator is Mr. Justin Norman, and he's going to step up over here. Justin, if you please make your way to the stage, sir. And he is joined by an amazing panel. It is, please, a round of applause for Craig Mullett, Andrea Baumert, and Aliyah Mani. This is your panel discussing this very interesting topic. And I think Justin will give everyone an opportunity to introduce themselves. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, it is our first in-discussion segment for today. Can we please get, as a bit of a start, a round of applause for our panel, please?
Thank you. Thank you. So thanks to everyone for joining us, and thanks for the panelists for joining as well, and for lending a bit of your time and your expertise. So why don't we just give everybody an opportunity just to give some quick introductions before we jump in. So Aliyah, do you want to go first?
Yes, sure. I'm Alia. I am currently the COO of Snaps, which is a technology scale-up. And before this, I was a lawyer at Weber Wenzel, focusing mostly on IP and structuring with an exchange control focus.
Do you like working for a startup better than a law firm?
It is very different, definitely less cushy, I won't lie. It's been an interesting experience learning and growing and seeing what it actually means to do these wild and interesting things. So I'm really enjoying it.
Cool. Andrea?
Yeah, good morning. Well, it's still morning. Good morning. Sorry. Good morning. My name is Andrea. I'm one of the partners at Knife Capital, one of the kind of VC firms here in Cape Town. And of course, looking at our portfolio, quite a few of them, most of them, all of them, of course, are kind of looking at international expansion. So the question of Delaware comes up in every investment discussion, in every board meeting. So yeah, it's definitely something that is quite an important topic to go and discuss.
Craig, last but not least.
So I will summarize my background as AAA. So I'm Anglo-American African, born in Cape Town, now in Connecticut near New York City. And the other 3 A's are I'm an M&A advisor for my own business called Brannison. I'm an angel investor, director of the Angel Investor Forum, which is Connecticut's largest angel group. And then I'm an activist / agitator, and I'm very involved in a number of social issues. And one of the reasons I'm here is just to kind of push for our ecosystem to really encourage angel investment, both from South African investors and those around the world.
Cool. Thank you. So before I ask this question of the panelists, I just want to ask the attendees here, just by a show of hands, who's actually operating a company registered in Delaware? Less than I thought. And what about in the UK or somewhere in Europe? Okay, and is everyone else registered domestically? Okay, just show of hands, who's registered domestically in your home country? Okay. Okay, well, we can get into why, I suppose. But the first question I want to start is to ask Aliyah, Snapped, where is Snapped registered and why?
We have a MER structure, South Africa and US, and that is something we inherited because of the exchange control framework in South Africa. Initially, the company was founded in South Africa, and when we realized that there was promise, quite a lot of commercial traction in the US, large portion of our target market and the addressable market being in the US, we knew we needed to move there to follow that go-to-market. With that in mind, we created a US company and are looking at better structures that will make us more investable, exit-friendly going forward.
Mm-hmm. And you registered a US company specifically because you were servicing clients in the US?
Specifically because of clients, but also thinking about various other factors. One of those would be where in the long term we might want to attract funding. Looking at partnerships and channel opportunities. Often people want to enter into an agreement with a company that is incorporated in a jurisdiction that they're familiar with. And very importantly, from an IP perspective, there are some limitations in South Africa that, if possible, can be avoided. And so looking at the long-term growth of our intellectual property and our ability to commercialize it mattered. Why the US specifically? Very much based on our understanding of the addressable market, as well as if we're looking forward into things like exit scenarios, potential acquirers. Our view at the time was that the US made the most sense.
Yeah, okay. Now, Andrea, from a knife perspective, you have quite a lot of breadth in your portfolio. Can you talk a little bit about what is the breakdown of your companies in terms of jurisdiction and registration?
So, and I think it is quite an important point that I want to go and emphasize later on. So, we currently still have a fund that's a Section 12J fund. And as a Section 12J fund, we are only allowed to invest in South African companies. That's mandate, there's nothing I can do about this. So all the companies that we have invested in through our 12J have a South African, so are registered in South Africa. However, that's what they have to be at the point of investment.
Yeah.
It's not what they have to kind of go and do later on. Quite a few of them have also used the mirror structure or the TMT loop to kind of go and set up in kind of entities across the world. There's a few of them that have the US, that definitely have an entity registered in Delaware, but it's not where the holding is. In some cases, we have got Europe as the holding, UK as the holding. So there is a mix, and I think it's quite important to understand. My view is that you really first need to go and understand your strategy before you start thinking about structure. And timing is also something that's very, very important when you need to go into consideration. But so all of our companies are South African, and 90% of them have an overseas entity.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll just ask the same question, Craig, of you before we sort of dive into the details. But in your sort of angel investing and advisory capacity, or the two hats that you wear, what are you seeing? Is it similarly diverse in terms of Europe and the US, or obviously based in the US, I suspect a lot of the companies that you're dealing with are also Delaware registered, but what are you seeing there?
Yeah, so first just to clarify, Delaware actually is a real state. They actually have pretty good boogie boarding beaches, so I would just like to point that out. If you like boogie boarding, I'd recommend it in the summer there. So it's not just post boxes. It's just Delaware has in the United States the most established corporate law, and it has a very effective system for incorporation. So that's why a lot of companies are based there. Having said that, in my US portfolio, probably only about, I would say 60% are Delaware C Corps, and others are, they could be California, New York, and other places. There's different tax credits that some states have, so that encourages people sometimes to not be in Delaware. For international, there's a trend towards Delaware. Y Combinator, one of the biggest accelerators in the world, Techstars, another one. They're encouraging, sometimes almost demanding, that those companies to get into the accelerator incorporate there. So certainly, I backed a company that's doing business in Lisbon. The team is all Portuguese, but the holding company is actually in Delaware. So this is a trend that's happening.
So let's get right into strategy. I mean, I suppose there's a number of different reasons why someone chooses to register in one place for another. You just mentioned YC, so anyone, I think we're seeing in Nigeria in particular, a lot of Nigerian companies are going straight to YC and are needing to be a Delaware C Corp in that case. Do you want to talk a little bit about, you just mentioned, you said before, structure follows strategy. So can you say a little bit about what are the different decision-making criteria that may determine to go to Delaware, stay domestically, or to register in the UK or somewhere else in Europe?
I mean, so for example, if you do not plan to raise money in the US, or if you do not plan to have a significant part of your customers in the US, then, to be honest, why kind of go and why do it? I mean, so the point is, you first really need to kind of go and understand the strategy. It's not by default that as a South African kind of company, you need to kind of go and have this, have a Delaware kind of presence. So I think it's really quite important to really, first of all, have an understanding of where is your market, where do you want to kind of go and do. The next thing is also to really go and understand the timing. Do you need to do this on day one? Do you really want, as a pre-seed company, to kind of go and say, well, I kind of go and set this up? Well, if your majority is still in South Africa and you're not registered, just understand, and I had this conversation with a number of startups who, from day one, they thought they were clever, and I'm not saying that they are not, but they didn't understand it. They kind of said, well, we didn't even register in South Africa. We went straight and we registered in Delaware, so we've got this Delaware company. We're all sitting here, but we have this Delaware corporation. Well, and then they come and they say, well, now we have to raise money. The problem is now that they were not American enough to raise money in the US because the founders don't live there, their customers, so they couldn't raise in the US. And they were no longer South African because they had registered there. So a lot of, I can only at the moment mainly talk about South African VCs, but a lot of South African VCs unfortunately cannot invest in a non-South African company. So they were all of a sudden in this nowhere land. So that's why I'm saying you need to really kind of go and understand why you're doing it and when to do it, because otherwise you actually might find yourself in a little bit of a predicament.
Yeah, and I remember last year at the Unconference sitting, you gave a presentation with another company who sort of later on in their life had to deal with all of this from an IP offshoring perspective and had spent hundreds of thousands of rands in legal fees.
Yes, it costs a hell of a lot of money,
Yeah.
and it's definitely, and it takes a lot of time. But,
Yeah.
but again, if they would have done it earlier, it would have been wrong.
So is there an
pay a price.
inevitability? The lawyers are going to make their money no matter what, and from a timing perspective, is it just it ends up being cheaper in the long run, or the right thing to do in the long run, in spite of the legal fees?
Let me put it like this: I think there comes a time when you can afford the legal fees,
Yes.
and there's a time in life when you can't afford the legal fees. So I think
Still hurts to pay them, I'm
but
sure.
It hurts, and there is hope that exchange control regulations are going to go and make it much, much easier, which simply means that we can actually go and have this dual structure without having to go through Reserve Bank approval and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah.
So we live in hope.
Yeah. So we can talk more about IP in just a minute, but I think another important consideration is taxes, especially if you're a foreign company, maybe operating outside of the US, but registered in Delaware. So Craig, I know that that's something that you can speak to a little bit, is the tax implications of all of this.
Right. So just to be clear, I'm not a tax advisor. I guess that's the disclaimer. But in the United States, it is interesting. It's actually quite political. It's due to be clawed back a little bit in the new Biden Build Back Better bill, but the VC and angel investors are fighting pretty hard to keep it in. There's a huge tax advantage in the United States called Section 1202. And if you are thinking about going to Delaware, I'd highly recommend that you Google that. There's a lot of tax papers on it. What that allows is an investment in a C Corp. Doesn't have to be in Delaware. It can be any C Corp in the United States. There are some requirements, but generally speaking, most operating companies meet those requirements. And as far as I know, as long as their subsidiaries are operating companies, they also meet the requirements. You get, after 5 years, you get the greater of a $10 million or 10 times your basis gain tax-free. This is significant. So if you made a $50,000 investment as an angel investor and the company becomes massively profitable, and you sell your, your investment for $5 million, that full difference you pay no capital gains on. And in the United States right now, the capital gains are, with added kickers, around 24%. A lot of states have an additional, California particularly, they can add another 10 to 15%. So this is a big, big delta. There are some important caveats. Once again, it's important to understand this if you are thinking about it. The one caveat is it has to be held for 5 years, and that 5 years is from the date you buy equity. And that's important because convertible notes and safes don't count effectively because all they are is a promise for equity, right? Yeah. So, I mean, I've backed companies which I've exited 5 years after investing, but sadly it was a convertible note and it took 2 years for the note to convert, so my clock was only 3 years. But there's another little advantage in the law, and what it says is within 60 days of you selling, if you didn't meet I'll give that as an example. I held a company for 3 years, so I have 2 years left to go. What I was able to do is invest in another startup, those profits, and the clock stays at the 3 years. So I just need to be in that new company for 2 years. So this is, as an investor, I mean, talk about tax strategy, this is highly advantageous. And that is why you find a very strong push amongst anybody who's an American investor towards this 1202 advantage, which means you need a C Corp structure. In fact, LLCs don't count. But it is something, and we can certainly get into it later, in the United States, Y Combinator obviously drove this move. A lot of companies do safes. There are some convertible notes. There's virtually no legal fees, so that's great. Gives you a lot of flexibility. You could do it in South Africa too. But the one downside is that you then don't have that clock starting for the 1202 until you actually have that equity event.
Does that only apply, of course, then to US investors?
It applies to anybody, I imagine, who would have a basis in the United States.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
There's a lot of separate considerations around accredited investors and all of that kind of stuff,
Exactly.
which maybe we can leave for another conversation. But all of this, and we were just talking about this off stage before we got on stage, is all of this, the tax question as well, supposes that you actually have a business that is making money and you have an exit. And back to the timing question again, obviously have customers or revenue coming in.
You don't need to make money.
No, you just need to show growth.
Just to clarify, very few
revenue versus profit.
Profitable.
Yeah.
In fact, making money can be a problem because then you get a multiple of earnings. So a number of VCs would prefer you don't make any money.
Yeah. Well, we saw Rivian has sold 100 cars or something, and now they're the 5th largest automaker. But that's a separate thing altogether as well. But I do want to talk. We just talked a little bit timing. I want to talk a little bit about timing from a startup perspective as well. We had talked a bit earlier about timing being a really important consideration, especially I think just early stage startups. Focus and time is a really important consideration. So maybe you can say a little bit more about timing and when you decided to do it, how that factored in based on, again, your clients, but then also just on sort of bandwidth and other challenges and opportunities that you have from a startup perspective.
So I'll start with the one that I think is actually the most important, which I didn't realize before I joined a startup. And timing is also just a function of how much time you have, as you say, the bandwidth of the team. If you're thinking about a structure, there's a lot of time, admin, and mind share in thinking about how you're actually going to make that structure work. And even in the consideration of where you should go, you'd either want to line up the practical scenarios in running and operating the business with the jurisdiction as well. We're looking at those things now. We're thinking about issues like where is our talent that we're likely to hire? How and would we employ them? What would that mean from a structural perspective? What would it mean from a time zone perspective, getting to those regions? How would we bake that into just the practical realities of operating the business? And if you can align up those things better, it's just going to mean more efficiency and being able to add a lot more focus to the implementation of your strategy. When we thought about it initially, we had thought about it in phases. And at the time, the thing we were most focused on was having the right growth and success metrics to get to the next stage. And certainly, we're at a stage now where we need to be thinking about fuller, more optimal structures. But ahead of that, we knew that there was certain investment of time and money, and kind of admin that needed to be invested elsewhere. So we kind of staged. So first for us was around IP jurisdiction and then looking at the global jurisdiction. The second thing though, if I was starting a business today versus having started one or being part of one that started many years ago, the considerations are quite different. If you know on day one that you are going to need to, because of your model, because of where your customers are, because of the opportunity, that you need to be offshore already, I would immediately try and incorporate offshore, because there are certain exchange control relaxations which are recent, which enable loops in certain instances that can be approved today that couldn't in the past. Why that matters is if you try and do that later, it's A, hard, and B, there are quite big tax implications in trying to restructure. So if you know those things on day one, which is offshore potential and a likelihood of needing an offshore structure, whether it is for funding, commercial, practical reasons, I would do it today if I could. The second thing is where you're at in your business is a factor of all of those other matrices of decisions. One of which is if you've already incorporated a company, typically the founders would get sort of sweat equity that they haven't paid for. And typically if you're trying to do a restructure now, you would do a share swap or some kind of transaction which would enable you to have a headquarters somewhere else, which is the typical vanilla structure that most foreign investors in particular are familiar with, and frankly, much easier to manage and implement. If you do that, it creates a tax event, which in effect is a dry tax that affects the founding shareholders, typically the main executors and the kind of visionaries behind the business in a massive way. And it's a tax event that is payable even before any inflows are in.
Right.
And so the timing of that matters. There are certain, there's lobbying that's happening in the background that we have sight of that might change those things. So in an ideal world, you'd want to try and line that up. That being said, there might be other reasons why you're willing to take that. Maybe there's a realistic exit opportunity. Maybe you want to get to a Series B or a Series C, and that might impact your valuation. It requires a lot of modeling and homework and a lot of engagement with clever investors and board members who have been through that and understand the matrix of decisions that you need to walk through.
Mm-hmm. And you also talked a little bit about IP, and jurisdictions related to that. What were some of your considerations as a software company based in South Africa?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I think before you start getting clever around tax implications of IP, the first is how can you exploit it so it has the maximum value. So certain countries recognize IP laws better than others, even though they have tax underpinnings. So you have to look at that. And you ideally want to avoid complex back-to-back license arrangements. So we want to do that on day one. The second thing is, again, looking forward to exits and transactions. You ideally want the IP to be housed in a jurisdiction where potential investors and acquirers are familiar with and they understand how those things will be protected and monetized. And then the third thing is thinking about how you would go about enforcing that IP and where you should protect it. And so you do need to have a global view on it. And then there are a couple, I can probably mention 12, but I think the most important other consideration is how that IP would be developed going forward and how you would improve on it, and where the people making those developments, enhancements, improvements, or any new IP would be based, practically speaking, in an ideal world, so people don't have to move to countries or places they don't like purely because of a structure.
Yeah.
Because that, I think it also, you have to think about motivation of people, retaining good people, and wanting to balance all those things.
And I suppose in the context now of increased remote work, that becomes particularly, you talked about balancing time zones and founders having to get on planes and things like that. I do want to ask you, knowing that Knife had a 12J and is also, has a fund now for, expansion outside of South Africa or, and perhaps outside of the continent as well. It's a very interesting question in the Pan-African context as well. I think what we've been talking a lot about today so far is these jurisdictions are the US or they're Europe or they're other cities, other countries in the global north. But if you look around the continent as well, if we're talking about Pan-African companies, like regulatory fragmentation is a huge problem, especially in the case of fintechs. And I think some countries, Rwanda, Zambia, are really trying to be especially proactive and enabling in terms of the doing business score or whatever it is. So I'm wondering if you have any perspective about that, knowing especially we've got a sort of room of entrepreneurs from across the continent, and knowing that it's kind of hard to have a nuanced conversation about this on a country by country basis generally. But what are you starting to see or seeing in terms of your portfolio companies and in terms of looking at this through a little bit more of a Pan-African lens?
Sure. So, as I said, we are relatively familiar with what's happening in the US and in Europe and how to kind of go and structure this. The two big unknowns is Asia still. So that's also a big question mark, how you're going to go about expansion into Asia. And then into Africa. So far, a number of our portfolio companies are operating across Africa, but are still obviously kind of going and based here. And to be honest, it's one of those very interesting conversations in the boardroom at the moment to kind of go and say, how are we supposed to go and do this? And the big challenge, of course, is if you would just say, I'm going to only go into country X, well, fine. But in most cases, if you're going to go and start African expansion, you are targeting 2 or 3 or 4 companies, at least over a certain period of time. And how to really optimize it. And I find, so we are at the moment really in a knowledge gathering kind of stage to try to find out how to crack this. What is the best way to do this? How to really kind of go about it? And the moment, if somebody has the answer to it, please come to me, because I don't know. But because it is really a challenge. Every country has really their own different pros and cons. And if you have a Pan-African strategy that really requires you to go into multiple countries, what is the optimal way to go and do this? And to be honest, I find this as one of the reasons why a lot of companies also sometimes delay certain expansions, because there are so many uncertainties. I'm not saying that Delaware is easy, but it appears to be much easier to be understood. To kind of go and get the same information around how did you get into Rwanda or into, it is just far more difficult. And I must say, the lawyers charge you actually far more trying to figure this out, because they have the cookie cutter kind of answer for Delaware. They don't yet have the cookie cutter answers for kind of some of the other kind of African countries. Yeah. So it really is a challenge. So and particularly for some of the kind of smaller startups who really want to kind of go and do this, it is a price tag to kind of go and pay just to get the legal advice going, the right legal advice.
Yeah. And I wonder, obviously expansion also is such a nuanced and complex topic as it relates to each individual startup and why they should go where. But you kind of do also hear sometimes, for better for worse, some startups saying, well, there's an expectation of investors that they are in X amount of countries, or even from an M&A perspective, being in certain markets matter more. So Craig, I'm wondering if you have that perspective, in again, some of your advisory work and some of your angel investing activities, and again, how much that then relates to the structure, abstracting and reducing the complexities as much as possible.
I think Andrea summed it up perfectly with a statement that, your structure should, at the end of the day, follow your strategy, right? And actually, that's, when I do M&A, that's always a challenge. If you look at deals that fail, it's often because it was a really exciting looking company, but it actually wasn't part of the strategic plan, and then things go horribly wrong when it doesn't work out. So when I look at startups, I had the framework I call it the 5 T's. And if I quickly look at your question from that kind of matrix. So the first one is the target market. And I think one of the biggest challenges a lot of South African startups have is the South African market is just not big enough. It's not big enough to deliver outsized profits over time, which forces South African companies to really make a decision. They've either got to go Pan-African or they've got to have a product that they can sell in Europe or the US, right? I mean, I think that's pretty much a kind of upfront strategic decision you need to make, and it's very dependent on what you do, right? At the unconference on the weekend, there was a big discussion among some investors. Some were of the view we want to focus on African emerging market growth, and some were of the view we're only focused on tech that can be global best in class and can be sold in Chicago as well. So that's an important part as you kind of think about it. And certainly if you're going to go the SaaS software, B2B market, there's a lot of, to do that without entering the US market, you're not going to penetrate a lot of profit zones. The second thing is the technology. We talked about IP. For a lot of software firms, it's less of an issue, but certainly if you're going to have a biotech or something, that's major, because that's where the value of the company resides. So really understanding how that plays out. The team, where are your operations? And I think that has changed in the world of remote work, to the point you're making earlier, Justin. In fact, I looked at a Techstars, it was out of Barclays Techstars in New York City in 2016, and I liked the team, what they were doing, early days of container software. But I couldn't get my head around. They didn't have any kind of office. They had 2 people in South America. One was in Miami. One was in Madrid. And I just couldn't, I didn't invest. 14 months later, Docker bought them. So I guess Docker understood, you can have a fully remote team. I think we're past that world now. I think now people really understand that. So I'll quickly maybe wrap up on the last T's and then hand over to Andrea. And then looking at the traction, where you're going to get the most traction, if once again, that's your strategy. And then finally, the terms. That we did talk about that earlier. You may choose to do a SAFE. You've got to look at valuation, make sure it's compelling for the market you're doing. And then kind of to the point in terms of the structure following the strategy, if you're going to be going for a later Series A at a much higher valuation, that is going to be easier to do with a US investor base than a South African one. Sorry, Andrea.
Do you want to add?
Just as an investor, when we kind of go and invest, you invest to realize returns. So in 90% of the cases, we have to exit at some stage. Now, if you think about exits, the most likely exit is going to be a trade sale. Now, if I think about a trade sale, then I really need to, right from the start, think about if somebody buys this company, what are they actually buying? So are there, and let's now assume, because you want a very good exit, that the buyer is a multinational with billions of revenue. Now, to be very honest, most likely they're not going to go and buy you for your profits. And most likely they're actually not going to buy you for your revenue. Because I just assume that even if you are really successful, in the billion dollar context, you're not going to move the needle. So they're going to go and buy you for your customer footprint. They're going to go and buy you for your IP, for your tech, they're going to go and buy you for a very specific differentiator that matters to them strategically. So,
and for your team, by the way.
As I said,
right.
Sure, team.
Yeah.
So the point is, as an investor or as somebody, they want a proof point that what you're doing does not only work in South Africa.
Yeah.
So it depends. If it is for your customer base, for example, we were an investor in a company called, it's quite a long time, in Fundamo, and Visa bought Fundamo. Visa bought Fundamo because they had a customer footprint across all emerging markets and definitely across Africa. So that's what they bought. They bought a little bit of team and a little bit of IP, and so, but at the end, they bought a customer footprint. In other cases, something else, and I think you need to go and understand it, but it is very difficult for particularly international investors to go and see, well, what they have matters in one country. Quite often, they want a proof point of at least one other jurisdiction. Unless it is the big customer base, then it actually might be more important. So again, when you kind of go and start thinking about your strategy, and should you go international, then keep in mind what validates your strategy. What do you need to kind of go and do, and just follow that as well. It is a lot about the story.
And maybe just to pick up on Andrea's thing, the other thing which is new, it's only really been happening at scale in the last 5 to 10 years, is because there's been so much funding in the VC market in the US, more and more, startup-backed unicorn-type companies are doing their own acquisitions. And to Andrew's point, and then they're looking and saying, okay, well, we don't have anything in South America or in Southern Africa or wherever, and then they go and buy. And, that the advantage as a company and also as an investor, you can almost build a customized business that's going to fit into one of these guys, because they're probably, sub-Saharan Africa is not going to be the first market for a US-based SaaS company. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and always understanding, what are your exit options? That's always supposed to be a discussion at every, quarterly board meeting. How are we positioning to sell this business one day? And that's where this comes in terms of corporate structure as well.
We did a podcast episode on The Flip, which everyone should listen to, about Stripe acquiring Paystack. So that was a perfect example, and we talked a lot about why. But so in a couple of minutes, we're going to open up to questions, so everyone get ready. But the last question that I want to ask before we do open up is sort of allocation of resources. So I have a friend who works for Chipper Cash. They're in however many markets now, and he talked about some very high percentage of their team now is dedicated to compliance. Obviously, they're a Pan-African company, regulatory considerations. You're a lawyer or formerly from a law firm, so I suspect you handle a lot of that for your team. But can you talk a little bit about, and then I'll ask you from your portfolio companies as well, like how do you allocate people, money, resources towards all of this, knowing that it's also to some extent like non-core, important but non-core?
Exactly. I think it's non-core in the sense that if you have people spending time on compliance as opposed to customer acquisition, it's going to affect numbers. There is a certain amount of foundational building that's necessary so that you can attract the right employees, do all the things necessary so that IP is in the right place. Those things matter. There's like a baseline. Those things, part of the reason we chose Delaware was access to information and our ability to do that themselves, really just me and our finance manager for a while. It wasn't ideal, and we didn't want to focus too much time on it, but as much as we could outsource and or negotiate with startup-friendly advisors, we did do that. And in a country that is very startup-friendly, that has better access to information, that has incentives, that's a lot easier. Excuse me, I have bad allergies. It does help you manage your time better if you have access to infrastructure and a supportive environment and a network that can help you cut through those costs in both time and money. So I think that's a big thing. As your company grows, even once you enter US, the first thing that alarmed me realizing we entered the US is it's quite hard to get 50-state compliance, right?
Yeah.
And the rules are quite different across the US. So we had to be very strategic about saying, where are our customers? Where is our revenue? Where are our employees based? What do we need to comply with? And now we have the system quite waxed. But the US is relatively easy compared to unknowns like Asia. And so I found it quite attractive looking at jurisdictions that have that infrastructure and have tax incentives and have like a network of advisors that are likely to be more startup friendly from a cost perspective, and that has helped. But you do need to factor that into your hiring plan as well. As your business becomes more complicated, you probably need to think, part of your budget, if you suddenly have 50 employees in the US that are pretty spicy in terms of salary and across the country now because you've decided to have a remote environment, you probably do need to, it's going to be cheaper to have an in-house person and you have to start thinking about VPs of finance and CFOs and all of that thing. And so budgeting and hiring does become more complicated.
So we just got the questions signed. So does anyone have any questions? We can turn it over. We got one in the back there. Go for it.
Hi, thank you so much. So my name is Joseph from 123 Tutors. So with regards to VCs, right, I know obviously there's an incentive for you guys to make money right now, especially from Africa. But in terms of allocation of resources, do you also work with local governments to ensure that you become, or rather the policies become as attractive as Delaware, for instance? Or is it a thing of we just want to go where it's easier to make money right now, Because I'm thinking of a concept where you plant a tree today, you probably won't benefit from it yourself, but 100 years later, someone is going to benefit from it. So is it something that you guys look at it, or is it something that maybe I'm being naive about, the way the world works? Thank you.
Sure. So, well, we had a very interesting weekend at the Unconference where all the kind of investors going to come together, where we talked about the Startup Act. So, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it is absolutely our responsibility to kind of try to kind of go and make sure that the ecosystem works better for entrepreneurs, not necessarily, I mean, also at some stage for the investors, but mostly for the entrepreneurs. So there's a lot of lobbying happening with government to go and ease a lot of those regulations and make sure that we actually can kind of go and make it easier in terms of less red tape, less reliance on some of the labor law conditions and so on. So there's a lot of lobbying, and we actually had a meeting with the president, or not we, some of our people that we allocated to it, with the president 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I think 3 weeks ago, to really kind of go and talk about this. So, no, there's a lot of lobbying happening in the background to make sure that, that we make this definitely the South African, but I think there's a lot of other initiatives across Africa as well to make it easier for entrepreneurs to succeed. Absolutely.
And it's very interesting, I'll add, I mean, Delaware is a very, very small state with not a lot of stuff going on. So in the context of, in Europe, there's Estonia, for example, or some of these other very small countries that need to be really good for business to compel business. Rwanda, it's happening as well. So it's an interesting question in the context of a country like South Africa or other countries across the continent where there's a lot more going on, and so managing a lot of different stakeholders, I would imagine, is a thankless job for governments. But it is happening increasingly. You're right, the startup acts across the continent. So go for it. There's a question here in the front. Oh, sorry. You're next.
Sorry, I have the mic. No, I'm joking. Thank you for such a great chat. So specifically to our case study, I'm Rajesh from Resolute Robotics. We're in the EdTech space. And most of our revenue is largely from South Africa, if not all of it. And we are looking into expand specifically into India and the States. And obviously, all this talk about moving to Delaware has popped up. So should the emphasis right now be on client acquisition in those countries before even looking at setting it up, or actually getting the paperwork in order? I loved what you said about structure before strategy, or strategy before structure.
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, just want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I just quickly, I think if you're going to seriously pursue the US market in terms of customers, it will be easier then to have a US entity, which you could then have US bank accounts. The US customers will be far more familiar with that. Having said that, I don't know where you guys are in terms of your funding. There is actually, which I did want to mention, Stripe, for example, have a package, I think it's 500 euros, $500 or euros,
yeah,
to set up effectively a Delaware C Corp, because it's in their own interest to encourage transactions globally. And there's 5 South African VCs that are approved. You just have to apply. It's all on their website to set up that part of it. In South Africa, I know it's a little more complicated because you may need some reserve bank approvals for the holding company structure and that, so that's more complicated. But the actual setting up of the company for transactions and stuff, that can be done fairly easily. And that may be worth doing whether or not you make it a holding company. So those are separate things. I say I'm not a tax advisor, so I would suggest you get counsel on it. But they don't have to be the same thing. You could still have a separate entity that you then use.
Yeah, you could set up on Stripe in 2 minutes.
Yeah, but I think that's exactly the very important point. I think it doesn't hurt to have a registered company there, because if you really want to kind of go and do business in the US, if you can do billing through this, it definitely makes you look better, makes it more easy and so on. That absolutely doesn't mean that you should immediately kind of go and move your company across, because there are so many other implications. And yes, I mean, I think the big question is really, it's one thing to have a registered company somewhere and do the billing through it, but where are you going to be? Where is your focus going to be? I mean, and so again, and this is for me a much more important question. When do you kind of go and say that the local founders should actually kind of go and leave their office and their team behind and actually move across, start building a new team at a totally different cost base than, of course, here? So, I mean, these are, of course, the quite often the more important questions than just where you should actually be registered. It's where is the core of your business?
Good luck to you. Sounds fun. Go for it.
Thank you so much for all of the information. Daniel here from Specno. So I think you touched on a pain point for a lot of South African entrepreneurs where if you register and try and build and raise in South Africa, you're typically going to get a lower valuation than if you had to do so overseas. But should you register overseas and take that approach from the beginning, then you're also less likely to raise a higher valuation there because you just don't know the market. But maybe can you comment on a strategy of potentially using angels for a much smaller round, but using them as a bridge to then get into international VC markets, where they're basically helping with that strategy of understanding the international markets more than your local startup would know at that very early stage of their business?
So the South African or African angel market is not as established yet as the US, for example. I hear stories from some of those angel meetings and how it kind of works. It doesn't work like this here. It just doesn't. Angels are fantastic. It's great. However, please do not go and destroy your cap table at an early stage. If there's, as an investor, if there's nothing worse, then you kind of go and look at a company interested, and there you see the 22 angels that have put in 50,000 here and 100,000 there, and they all have certain rights, and they all have a say, and you need to kind of go and get signatures from all of them, and then you need to go and get them all to kind of go and sign warranties, and so it sounds like a cool strategy, but has to be executed really, really well, because otherwise you might just kind of go and it might make you actually less attractive for the next runner, because people just don't think, oh, shit, to kind of go and manage that cap table, no, really.
And this is not academic. I mean, there's a South African startup I met with in the last week where, good startup, but to raise money, they valued the entire company at around $500,000, and they had already given away, of the post money, and they'd given away, I think, $250,000 in equity. So that means half the company at this very, very early stage, the founders no longer own. Now you want to bring angels and more VCs in. And I said to the guys, there's just no space left on the cap table, because even if you've got a very much higher valuation, the investors want to see that the management team at that early stage still controls, a vast majority of the equity. So it's challenging. I mean, that's why generally the better thing to try and do as a founder is to try and get as far as long as you can, de-risking maybe some family and friends money or whatever you can, to try and get a reasonably higher valuation. Because if you take it too early and dilute too early, to Andrew's point, you've set up a long-term structural problem which is very hard to get out of.
There's also, this whole thing about South African valuations are lower than the US valuations. Yes, you are right, they are. But South African costs are also lower than US costs. So if you are a company that's based in South Africa, you also need to understand that if I have a US VC fund and I'm on fund number 17 and I don't know how many billions asset under management, if I kind of go and put in whatever, $500,000 into your company, you know what, it's pray. You know what, who cares? If a South African company, VC does that, it matters. You get a totally different attention, you get totally different things. So sure, if you want to kind of go and chase the kind of big hype in the US, kind of go and do this, but you also need to compare apples with apples. It's not as if you're going to go and get exactly the same thing. Just be mindful of it.
Cool. Well, I think we're going to leave it there, but thanks to all of you for the questions. Thank you to our panelists again for the time and expertise. That's it.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Justin. Please, another round of applause for our amazing panel over here. Craig, Andrea, Aliyah, and of course, Justin capably putting it together. Very, very insightful indeed. We've got another very interesting conversation which is about to take place. But before we have that conversation take place, we're going to, at least while our panelists are being mic'd up, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to welcome to the stage the captain of the ship, the man himself. Here he is, Christoph. Thank you very much. Loud of applause for Christoph.
Sorry, this is unscheduled, but I just want to tell you a little story. As you know, AfricArena is a deal flow platform, and we are very passionate about supporting our founders to raise money. That's really what it's all about, isn't it? So when we started in 2017, one of the small startups that was pitching on stage was a small South African fintech started by a French national and that was trying to disrupt very, very complicated environment, the banking industry in South Africa, coming up with a way to accelerate EFT payment peer-to-peer, so you could do an EFT payment in less than 60 seconds from your phone or the web without, spending 5 minutes creating a beneficiary and connecting to the bank and authenticating and making the payment if you're lucky. And this company won an award at AfricArena 2017. Then we took the company to Vivatech actually the next year, and they pitched on stage at Vivatech and amplifying their their early fame, and that enabled them to be covered by a number of media at AfricArena. Les Echos was here yesterday, and a few others. And we're very proud that today this company has just announced on the side of the summit a Series B $42 million raise. So well done to the Ozo team and Thomas Pace for this magnificent achievement. With aerobotics, it's one of the highest AfricArena alumni raise ever to South African startups. And it means also that the total amount raised by AfricArena alumni to date is now in excess of $350 million. So well done to the Ozo team, and check on TechCrunch for more information on this deal. Thank you very much.
What amazing news, indeed. Can we get another round of applause for that? That is excellent. Guys, we're going to move on right now to our fireside chat. One final bit of business over here before we break for lunch. A very, very interesting topic again to be covered over here, and that's crypto versus fiat currency. Which tech will leapfrog regulation? Let's find out. We've got a great team of people who are going to discuss that. Doing the moderating, I believe, is Lou Clausen. So please welcome to the stage Lou Clausen, along with a great panel over here, which is Rami Maketi, Andrew Ma, and Louis van Staden. To the stage, please. And sir, you may take it away, Lou, and get the introduction sorted. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Great. Thanks, everybody. So I quickly just want to introduce our panelists and then provide some context to the conversation. First up, we have Louis van Staden, who is from Luno. We have Andrew Ma from Stitch. And we have Remy Makete from TIA and also a crisis management consultant. So background to the conversation, I think, is just to say that for a long time, the conversation about crypto regulation centered around blockchain technologies and cryptocurrencies sort of replacing money, and this idea of what is money and is crypto really going to perform that function. And I think that what's happened over time is that the industry has evolved so quickly that the conversation has started to become not just does it replace money, but does it change the way that financial services work entirely, and this idea of DeFi. And so I perhaps want to just start off with going right to the beginning and saying, Remy, we've had a brief conversation about the role of cryptocurrency as a money and why it's so important, and maybe you can start us off with that perspective.
So one of the things about crypto, especially with versus fiat currency, is that there's little education around crypto. So how do you then build up the confidence, because money is also built on perception and confidence. So crypto lacks the information behind it. What is crypto? How is it able to impact? How is it able to better lives of every single thing? As much as there's this digital disruption needs to have the level of education behind it so that skepticism around crypto can be limited. Skepticism around the players around crypto, because if you go to Elang and tell people about crypto, the first thing people are going to say, no, it's a scam. Because it's perception. So if it is a scam, means that there is lack of information being given. So we can never implement crypto into an African context if there is no information behind it. So that means, how does crypto play in the Africa Free Trade Agreement? It doesn't play much because there's less information behind crypto. So if you look at it, Nigeria has introduced the e-Naira because they are moving forward. So if one of the biggest economies in Africa is moving towards crypto, that means there is education behind it. So what about countries like South Africa? That means then one country is moving in one direction and the others are moving in the other direction. So I think we need to start from the basis of educating people around crypto, starting from the basics of basics to say, look, crypto can actually help you in your everyday lives. If you can buy bread with crypto, you can buy milk with crypto. Education behind crypto is very important.
Louis, there's a perception amongst many regulators that crypto is all about enabling speculation in a very volatile asset. But you have some different thoughts about how crypto is really, is really empowering in communities in Africa, and maybe you could share some thoughts on that.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for letting me be a part of this. In terms of how our customers actually globally are using crypto, we published a research report quite recently which actually indicates quite the opposite with crypto customers, is that while we think with the volatility that speculation is rife and people are trading it to make quick profits, we actually looked at across our customer base, and the vast majority of them are holding it for long-term purposes. So they're holding it either in your developed countries like the UK and Australia, they're holding it to save for a deposit on a property, or in the East, they're looking to save for their retirement and build up for their long-term family wealth. And in Africa in particular, the really exciting opportunity is actually saving and building for their child and their family's education. So we've seen the majority of our customers are actually doing this, and they are holding onto their crypto for longer periods. So the speculative aspect to me, at least in the customer base that we're trying to build, this retail mass market around the world, and we're aiming for $1 billion by 2030, so we'll see how that goes. But that market is really interested in growing their wealth in the long term and building a diversified portfolio. So another thing that's really interesting about these crypto investors is, and people who are saving crypto, is they tend to be a lot more disciplined with their saving. They hold diversified portfolios, they seek financial advice, and they actually consciously try to improve the way they use and optimize their money.
Thank you. Andrew, you work in a very regulated space with sort of payments, enablement, and associated sort of technologies. Do you think that crypto is overregulated, underregulated, and whether or not we sort of traditional financial systems and money will eventually work with, or that one will replace the other?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't necessarily think that crypto is overregulated by any means, right? If you look across the continent, very few countries actually have active, engaging regulatory frameworks for the purposes of consumer use or even retail use of crypto alongside the money system. And so I think that, businesses such as Luno, such as the other cryptocurrency applications that you can access as a retail investor, will force regulators to consider the needs and the demands of customers that I would say thus far, from a centralized money system point of view, have been underestimated, really, right? You see these customers, you see the use cases, many of which Louis just spoke about, right? Those use cases are those that would otherwise be replaced by monetary systems that are, well functioning. And I think over the course of the next 10 years, we'll see a lot of traction from businesses who capture that opportunity to use cryptocurrency in other deregulated spaces to be able to offer compelling products. And it's up to regulators and governments to be able to catch up to that.
Perfect. Remy, do you, with the amount of innovation that is happening in fintech in general at the moment, do you think it's necessary for us to even open up that Pandora's box around crypto? If we just keep investing into fintech technology and we enable governments, or governments eventually catch up, don't we eventually get the same kind of result? Why do we have to have crypto into the mix?
We need to move with the times, right? And one thing I could say is that what fintech is actually doing is providing the blueprint of how crypto should be. If you think about it, crypto, more partnership behind crypto is needed. For example, if you look at a company like MTN, MTN is moving directly into fintech. So if they're moving more into fintech, they're partnering up with people because they're understanding the database behind it. I want to give you an example. 10 million South Africans don't have active bank accounts, but they're still participants in the economy. But those 10 million South Africans actually have a cell phone. So those 10 million actually could be people who are put into the crypto side of it all, that regulators and fintech could say, look, we've done this, now let us regulate the fintech, let's regulate the crypto side of it all. And once you start regulating crypto, then all you have the participants coming into it from the lower LSM right up into the higher LSM. So fintech is actually paving the blueprint, the regulations and the policies behind it that crypto should actually follow.
Louis, what are your thoughts on sort of across African markets and the level of regulation and the level of acceptance of these emerging technologies? Do you think, once again, do you think we're going to win out on the regulation side? Do you think that crypto is a passing fad and that fintech will eventually sort of more traditional financial services will catch up?
So if I look at just your last question around fintech being just perpetuating its dominance over crypto, et cetera, I think fintech has done remarkably well over the last decade. I mean, the things we've seen happen, incredible, but there are still structural inefficiencies in the financial system that fintech thus far has not been able to solve. So if we look at the cost of, for example, a remittance, it varies up to around 10% in some situations. And that is value that is being taken out of the hands of the parties that are transacting, and value that is being kept by intermediaries. Now, if you take a credit card transaction, for example, if you look at all the parties involved, there are sometimes up to 6 parties involved in one transaction. So instead of Andrew and myself just sending each other money and paying each other, I have this issue of all these parties in between taking both time and money out of the situation. So yeah, sorry about that. Taking time and money out of the equation and taking value away from the two of us transacting. So if I look at regulation in Africa, the issue we have is around 60% of the continent actually haven't made a concrete decision around how they're going to regulate crypto and if they're going to regulate and when they're going to regulate. In the north of Africa, we've seen with Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, Libya, those regions have been very quick to ban crypto and ban activity on crypto, whereas in the southern parts of Africa, they kind of just go with a cautious approach. They say, like, we're not going to ban crypto, but we need to be cautious about it because of the volatility and all of those things. But regulation is really, really important, and we have to get up to speed with this. Like, I do accept normally that technology will always go ahead of innovation. It'll always lag because regulators often have to act on limited information, and they also have no prior data to make a decision on customer experimentation, all that kind of stuff. But they really need to make that decision because, like Rami said earlier, regulation is important because it brings trust to the public. It makes something more familiar, more understandable. It creates barriers to entry as well. And something we're really passionate about is we are trying to create an environment where it's trusted players that are in the crypto industry and not your backyard players who are scams and who get rid of money and all that kind of stuff. It's really about building a trusted environment. So an example is Malaysia recently, where we worked very closely with the regulator to build a concrete platform for regulating crypto, and we were one of the first exchanges to be licensed. It changed the behavior of the market completely because everybody suddenly understood there's actually a control environment around this, the regulator trusts this, and we can actually take an opportunity to invest in this. So we really have to. Otherwise, if we keep behind on this, we're going to lose all that opportunity to innovate and grow in Africa.
Remy, you had some ideas about whether or not crypto and traditional money can coexist in highly inflationary markets. What are your thoughts on that?
They definitely can exist. They can coexist because, in certain markets, and I'll still touch on this, the Africa Free Trade Agreement. The thing about a decentralized, a banking system, it's every day, it's 24 hours, it never sleeps, right? So with your market, which is your normal type of currency, it does tend to sleep because your regulators then will close shop or close business for certain times. But crypto has the sense of that business still has to continue. When business still continues, people are able to make money. So the coexistence of it all lies in the regulation and policy, and I still emphasize it, is that, companies like Luno have to go to regulators to say, let us teach you and assist you in empowering people as well. Because we then have this misconception that crypto is the new currency, we won't need money. you are going to cause an instability in the market. You're going to cause instability in the currency of a lot of things as well. Because if you don't have that coexistence as well, currencies will flutter. You look at Nigeria, why they had to introduce it without even piloting it, is because they created that stability as well. So for South Africa and every other country, for example, like Ghana saying that, look, our policy is going to start from the mineral side, but let us have a coexisting part to say, look, we're going to build crypto and as well with fiat currency, and that coexistence as well, you have stable coin. A stable coin has to be backed up by a currency, right? So if it's backed up by a currency, crypto is able then to empower it even more and the more. That means collaboration that is sitting here can actually be, be established more than anything else.
So you touched on an interesting point there about stable coins. And I guess that, if most people are using stable coins as sort of the mark back to the underlying currency and to store outside of the volatility of crypto, then don't we have a situation where eventually none of those other cryptocurrencies are necessary once you have like an e-Naira or an e-ZAR or something like that running on blockchain-based payment rails? Louis, maybe you have some ideas on that.
So I think, again, the challenge of, if we look at a CBDC, central bank digital currency, that is pegged, say, the e-Naira, it's going to track the value of the Naira. And the issue with that is it's going to continue to move in the direction of the Naira, the currency devaluation, also inflation rates, as well as it's going to be vulnerable to policy decisions, all those kinds of things. So the value of crypto outside of that is that, yes, right now it is highly volatile, but the analogy I like to use when explaining crypto versus the global monetary system is crypto is like a small pond, and the global monetary system is like the entire world's oceans. If you throw a stone or something into that pond, it's going to react differently to what the entire ocean will react. So the volatility is perfectly normal for this stage of the asset class's existence, but it is going to stabilize over time. We fully believe it will. So I think the most important thing is, how do we find the best use cases for the public and for our consumers, businesses, to transact efficiently, quickly, and transparently over blockchains and save money in the process. So if the CBDC route doesn't achieve those goals, then crypto is going to have to do that. And that's why I believe they will coexist for different use cases.
Thank you. Andrew, you're very actively involved in the payments industry. What are your thoughts on this emerging trend towards decentralized finance, and how quickly is that going to replace maybe traditional financial services, and what does that tell us about sort of how do we regulate financial services in the future?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I think kind of following up on the point that Louis raised, right? Like with the incoming of a CBDC, I don't see there being any less demand or any less desire for customers to engage with cryptocurrencies for the unique financial instruments that cryptocurrencies and other types of blockchain-based currencies can enable, right? So if you think about some of the top use cases on the continent here, Kenya being one of the largest peer-to-peer cryptocurrency markets, Nigeria being one of the largest in the world in comparison to other markets like the United States and the UK, the main use case isn't to, trade in some sort of differentiated asset class that's become hot on Reddit. The main use case for those individuals is to actually save in those currencies, right? In ways that centralized governments and their currencies have failed them, these customers are using decentralized finance in other ways, such as cryptocurrency, to preserve wealth, right? And so I think in these instances, but particularly, I do see that, like, over the course of the next 10 years, governments and non-government entities, for example, cryptocurrency businesses, will need to solve for different problems that customers have when it comes to their finances and their wealth. Some of the early use cases that we see from crypto today are already plugging for some of those gaps, and I don't think that over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, from a political or social standpoint across those areas, that those gaps will disappear.
So, Remy, the evidence so far suggests that the countries that are earliest to adopt CBDCs, like, for example, China, will tend to use it to prevent other cryptocurrencies from becoming prevalent, but utilizing some of the core advantages. Do you think that we're going to find a similarly hostile environment to cryptocurrencies in the medium term or to the longer term in African markets?
I want to answer it very differently, and I'm going to take a point from Andrew. He said that it's Nigeria and Kenya that are, the biggest users of crypto. Now, if you want to have a CBDC, you need to have participants in the CBDC, right? And we need to think differently. We need to have partners and collaborators in industries. Now, we need to take a common industry in common countries. So, for example, the one partner I'd want to bring in that 3 of these countries, South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana have, is the taxi industry. The taxi industry is one of the key partners that you could actually have in all of this, that could actually have the sense whereas they're all informal. But if you then start introducing the cryptocurrency into taxi industries, you are then building the perception, you are then building the confidence behind it. But more than anything else, you are building a structure of regulation inside there. But also from a CBDC side of it, you are connecting industries because taxis all use banks, taxis all save, taxi drivers and all their commuters all begin to save. That means you're taking all the structures of a cryptocurrency from the saving, investing, but you're using a different participant to educate them, but you're also using a different participant to stabilize the crypto and the fiat currency as well. So we need to then start thinking an African solution perspective for, I could say, an African crypto problem. So we need to start taking taxi industries to say, this is an informal sector, but let's introduce crypto to it. If you think about it, South Africa has 100,000 taxis moving around, over 25,000 e-hailing services moving around, more so in Nigeria. So if we are able to take a common industry in these 3 countries, crypto can be unlimited, but we could also have then a regulation policy that is able to move into the Africa Free Trade Agreement. And in the Africa Free Trade, more industries and sectors are then be able to say, we trust in crypto, we have the confidence behind crypto.
Thanks. Louis, you've engaged a lot with regulators. Do you think that it is possible to regulate cryptocurrencies, in particular decentralized cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin?
I think we have to. So I think regulators, all of us have a very difficult task working together to do this because, like I said, it's a brand new asset class. There's very little data for the regulators to go back on and to see how this has impacted customers over time. But we have in regions like Malaysia and those places already regulated cryptocurrency, and we've seen the huge benefits of it. And it requires a collaborative approach because we need people to sit with the fintech, the disruptive companies, your DeFi businesses, cryptocurrency platforms, to sit with them and talk through how do we structure this regulation, how do we build it. So we did that quite recently in South Africa with the Intergovernmental Fintech Working Group. We published a paper on crypto assets, or they did, but it was a big collaboration with us as well. And basically just said we need to take a position on this, and we gave suggestions on how we would regulate and how and when and those kinds of things. So it is a question of when, not if for me, but it is a very difficult task, and I don't envy regulators, but it's a long-term, we have to make this long-term decision, and it's going to be huge for everybody once we're on the other side of regulation.
Yeah, actually, if I could just cut in there, I think it's more than just like a two-party engagement between cryptocurrency businesses and regulators, right? If you think about markets such as South Africa, the top 5 banks have, 90% plus of users' deposits in the entire country. And so with that concentration of deposits comes with the responsibility and, of course, the scrutiny of a regulator. And so I would say particularly in markets like South Africa and Nigeria, with heavily systematized, heavily concentrated banking systems, the conversation isn't just between the fintech and the regulator or the payments association or the central bank, but it's actually with commercial banks themselves, right? The stores of value in fiat of customers who want to move that value to crypto. And so I think it'll be a very complex and very arduous discussion for the people like Louis who have to go and sit and pound the pavement and tell regulators why they should care about these consumer preferences. But it's definitely going to be a necessary conversation between multiple parties.
You raised an interesting point there about vested interests. And I'm kind of curious, maybe Andrew, you have some thoughts. So how do we separate, or how do we deal with vested interests, like, for example, the banks, where we kind of are they going to be pro-cryptocurrency regulation in order to potentially stifle it? Or is it that do you think they're going to embrace the technology but at the same time knowing that the underlying principles of the technology are to decentralize and to remove trusted beneficiaries? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think it starts first with like having an empathic response to how banks must feel with fintechs and with cryptocurrency, right? If you're a bank, you've been operating for the last, in some cases like 200 years plus, right? Collecting user deposits, facing an extreme amount of scrutiny as well as compliance burden to ensure that the funds that people place with you within you are secured and held. Then someone comes along and says, I've just got this new system, you can earn money on it, and you can also save and lend without being a bank, right? Obviously, they're going to view those outsiders with a certain degree of aversion, if not like complete hostility, right, at the outset. But I think the real challenge for fintechs more generally, and cryptocurrency businesses specifically, is to convince banks that partnering with cryptocurrency, as Rami was saying, or working to identify new channels through which their banking services can be offered, often including cryptocurrency products such as like American or European banks that have offered currency investments as part of their offerings. I think that conversation is largely the one I believe that we're on the eve of, right? Because banks have largely recognized that there's going to continue to be an unstoppable and an insatiable demand for these products that they personally cannot offer to customers. And so I think partnerships are going to be key here for enabling what banks and cryptocurrency companies mutually want, which is at the end of the day, like satisfied customers who maintain deposits with them.
So Rami, what are your thoughts on, so we haven't dealt with yet sort of the speed at which regulation will catch up then. I think there's broad consensus here that it will become regulated, but what do we do in the intervening period when regulators are still trying to get their heads around some of the sort of early concepts while there's so much disruptive innovation happening in this space? What do we do in that period?
We educate. We need to educate. We need to, for example, a company like Luno should actually go to the regulator to say, here we are. We could actually help you because this is where the world is moving. And if you're not moving with the world, you will be soon phased out. Because if there is no that level of everyone is moving in sync, you are creating a different market, which is the black market, where you'll then, what Louis had said, that you'll be creating the scams, you'll be creating every single thing that is there. If you think about it, South Africa had one of the biggest crypto fraud scams ever, with two brothers who stole billions of rands. Where was regulation at the time? Where was regulation when an American company as well came to South Africa as well to, put out crypto and Bitcoin as well? Because then if you have, legitimate companies doing right, like Luno, they need to be at the forefront to say, let us educate you. Let us go. They have to go to the Reserve Bank to say, let us create a partnership. This partnership is also going to protect you with the banks, you as a regulator as well of all banks, and every other systematic that is there. But also thinking outside the box, thinking with different partners like telecoms. Telecoms, everyone is connected directly and indirectly to telecoms. Because if then in the meantime we're not doing anything at all, technology moves at a rapid pace in time. And if then regulators are not moving alongside with that, in a day or so, you could have billions disappearing. A currency, a fiat currency can actually go down because regulators are not moving in time. So partnerships need to be one. Interactive marketing, by that I say, is that, a company like Luno could go to regulators, banking regulators, to say, let us start educating you as well so that we can take this thing forward.
Louis, do you think that there's a role that we need to play in self-regulation as well? In the Luno's experience, for example, you guys have taken a decision not to list all of the crypto assets, but take only the larger projects. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think from our side, there are a few reasons for why we list a limited number of cryptocurrencies. So the one reason is we're aiming our product at a retail mass market who are actually interested in in holding this for the long term. They're not interested in speculating across pairs. And we're basically just bringing in the platforms or the cryptos that we believe have the best long-term use cases. So we don't look at the more new or the very, like, if you look at the larger platforms like the Coinbases and Binances who have a much bigger selection, it's not really the use case we're looking to sell right now. So in terms of self-regulation and those kinds of things, what we do at the moment is, and how we communicate to banks and regulators and customers, is we look at how are we regulating traditional financial services right now? What kind of KYC policies, know your clients, anti-money laundering fraud prevention, those kinds of things. What kind of transaction monitoring tools are we using? And we look at that, and we look to build the highest possible standard from there. So from our side, we believe that that is the best way to do it now, because when it comes to actually regulating, it's a lot easier to make it will be a lot easier for Luno to make the transition. It makes you a lot slower than a lot of the other platforms are perhaps in the beginning, but it helps you build those relationships and that trust in the long term.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my panelists for participating in the conversation today. I think the broad consensus is that we will see regulation. Regulation will catch up, but that we also need to play a responsible role until we get to that stage to avoid a situation where things are over-regulated. And I'd like to open it up to the floor for any questions.
Any hands up, guys? Or is it all clear? Got a question in the corner.
Hi guys, I'll jump off. I just want your thoughts on, so if there's a hybrid solution, for example, how do you see that inflation works? So for example, when you look online and you hear Bitcoin exists because of people not accepting arbitrary inflation, how do you make both survive? So if there's inflation in dollar, how is there no inflation in Bitcoin, for example?
I can start off, and then I think, Louis, you're probably the technical expert here. I mean, the nature of the different currencies, in fact, one of the biggest draws for Bitcoin, at least here on the continent, is the idea that otherwise, the only main savings options people have in the fiat currencies that are available to them, in some cases because of fiscal policies or monetary policies of their government, for other cases, historically related due to overburdening debt, right, of those sovereign entities, are structurally depreciating, right? And the reason why then crypto has become such an attractive asset for individuals in the retail market is actually not related to, fundamentally working on that asset class, but actually just because they want to save without having their value eroded within an account. And so I think like the very coexistence of those two now answers your question, which is essentially like how do you have inflationary markets in certain currencies and deflationary markets and other virtual currencies. And it's actually because, right, of the unregulated nature of cryptocurrency and of generally of virtual currencies worldwide that enables them to bypass or otherwise not be subject to what people would consider to be arbitrary or inflationary pressures. But yeah, I think over time, if we get CBDCs in place and stablecoins, it's going to be interesting to see how people or retail consumers function on different markets that might have similar structural pressures, but I would imagine that the demand for an unregulated currency that doesn't face those, I would say politically defined factors is still going to be in high demand for people for many of the reasons we talked about today.
Yeah, so it's again about what use cases are being solved and what is the transactional need. So you mentioned taxi fares earlier. It'll be difficult for someone in the lower LSM to pay taxi fares with Bitcoin when today that taxi fare costs you 5 Rand, tomorrow it's 6 Rand 50. I mean, the volatility is just there, right? So that's also why we have stable coins right now to bridge the volatility gap. But until the volatility and the markets become a lot more mature and transactions like the algorithms for confirming transactions become a lot cheaper and faster and those kinds of things, we probably will need to have these coexist. But I mean, also if we take it all the way back, is money has evolved over thousands of years. And I think we've seen changes many times from gold standard, from all these kinds of things. And it's time now, looking at these monetary policies and looking how money supply is manipulated and interest rates, those kinds of things to meet certain targets. Those things need to be re-looked at very seriously now to see how we solve these things in the long term. Otherwise, I do think that traditional currency is going to be put under pressure.
My name is Yannick from Double Feather Partners, based in Japan. I had a question. One of the takeaways was obviously that education was required. I was just wondering, where to start when it comes to that, because I feel that when we speak about cryptocurrencies, we think of Bitcoin, and me personally, I consider it as an asset, so a crypto asset versus a cryptocurrency. So are we we should start with kind of defining some of these things to enable people to kind of embrace them for what they really are. So for me, the only place I could purchase anything in Bitcoin is this remote, obscure, vegan, free-range cafe, right, that accepts that. But as long as I'm not able to use it when I go to Starbucks or McDonald's, or they don't accept these currencies, for me, it's not really considered a currency. So maybe should it start by defining, what are these things, like crypto assets versus actual cryptocurrencies, and then kind of educate institutions to adopt them that way.
Yeah, that's a good. It feels like that's actually a great statement rather than a question. But but I think I do agree that from a transactional perspective, buying and selling goods is probably not the use case right now. So as a transactional currency, it's not quite there. And again, that's where your stablecoins can bridge that gap, and CBDCs potentially. But it's all a continuum, right? So we're in the very early stage of. We've had these group of innovators who were buying and selling crypto right at the beginning and early adopters, and now we're like crossing this long-term chasm of we're actually going into this early majority group of customers using crypto, and that's where I believe over time it will settle and will be used for transactions. So it's going to continue to operate as it is, but its level of maturity and its life cycle is going to change over time. So I think educating is more, for us, educating is more about like what are the implications of buying crypto? There is high volatility. What are the benefits of saving? What kind of products are there? How do you keep your account secure and don't listen to random people telling you that you're going to make a ton of money? So that's where the education focus is for us, is just trying to get close to the retail customer and get them to understand exactly what the purpose of this product is.
From that perspective, yeah, it's a statement, right? But I'd like to give a very practical example. It's about educating what crypto is, what the benefits of crypto are, and how safe it can be compared to fiat currency, right? 2 million South Africans on social grants, right? If we then start educating it from that perspective to say, here's cryptocurrency. A lot of us walk into shops to say, this is actually much more safer than you carrying money. Because from a lower perspective and a lower LSM, once that education starts to build that what you are able to do with crypto and how safe it can be in your everyday life, then you start destabilizing certain misconceptions behind it. Then you start using stable coin, because stable coin, I believe, can be the bridge between, CBDC can be the bridge between a lot of things as well. Utilizing stable coin in a context of South Africa, from social grants to whatever it may be, then education starts building up. For example, we find a collaborator like ShopRite. Majority of us either go to a ShopRite group, whether it be Checkers, ShopRite, or any other thing, by using a stable coin as an example to say this is what it actually can do, and then you start putting that pattern of it. Education starts building as well. For example, there was misconception about EFTs when it started again. E-wallets had a huge misconception to say, I don't need a card. But then there was education behind it because there were practical examples. So education needs to start with collaboration and partnerships. Once it starts, then we take that model and put it into a societal problem. And then that societal problem becomes a solution. Solution builds our policy.
Perhaps the last point I'll add, I think both of my co-panelists have given this a lot of thought, but one thing that I'm still trying to answer is like, what's the best way to educate people, right? Because I think for me personally, I'm going to admit this in all honesty, like I still do not think that I am any educated, like any sort of significant education on crypto, I think like would require like tons of technicality, right? As well as like complex understanding of how crypto is actually formed as a currency, right? And short of reading like a white paper, which I did do, and I still didn't understand coming out of it, like how do we actually get people to meaningfully engage with the fundamentals of crypto? That's an open question that I still don't really know the answer to, right? Because you think about the subject matter in terms of like bits, mining, et cetera, like crypto has an obviously very technical background and history, and so I'd be keen to understand like, obviously, there are some retail use cases we can inform customers of, right? But in terms of the actual underlying fundamentals, everyone can believe in a government that can guarantee currency rates at like foreign exchange prices. But I would say, like for most people, there's a lack of understanding of like how Bitcoin actually has value, how crypto actually has value, that is actually quite difficult to bridge. And the use cases I think are a good introductory into how it works, but not how cryptocurrency itself is based, right? And I think that's a huge concern. It's like, what are people actually putting their money in?
Okay, my name is Yao Garba. I'm from the National Information Technology Development Agency from Nigeria. And in fact, I was privileged to be part of the Senate hearing regarding the crypto ban in Nigeria. So actually, like the point we're mentioning today about education is very important because I remember the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the particular question he was asking at that time is, okay, so this currency is anonymous, how do we regulate it? So those were the concerns. So like the speaker, Yannick, spoke about maybe looking at crypto more of an asset than a currency. I think maybe, to me, that makes more sense, but at the end of it, education is very important. If everybody gets it, we get it clear what it is, I think the regulators maybe will be more comfortable. Because the Nigeria introduced the central bank digital currency. I was part of that engagement also. So probably that's an answer to the crypto issue because when we had the crypto ban, of course, there's a lot of outcry from the tech ecosystem especially. So I think more that we need to do is education. Let the regulators know. Maybe most of them, they are not tech savvy. So as we let them know more and more, probably they'll be more comfortable because always the policy will come from the government, whether we like it or not, and probably at this time they have the power to decide what to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't think that was a question, but it was a great point. I think, yeah.
All right. Thanks, panelists, and thanks for the audience for participating in our conversation as well. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Lovely. Thank you, Lou.
All right. Fantastic.
Thank you, Louis. As well as Andrew and Rami. Can we get another round of applause for our panel over here? Thank you very much, gents. Really insightful.
All right.
Is it that time? Is it that time of the day?
Is it that time?
I don't know.
Well, hold on. How was the morning, guys? It was good. All right. Well, look at that. They're actually answering this time. Hey. Wow. All right. What time is it, guys? It's lunchtime. Tummies are growling. We're ready to eat and sit down and have a nice meal. So take your time, fill out the time, have a nice meal, come back, sit down, and we'll fill out the afternoon with startup pitches, right?
Correct. We will
Sounds
see you
good.
guys in about an hour.
Fantastic.
I guess you're gonna tell me where you went. All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain. 'Cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain. You see? 'Cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. on these